Keep the light on. Keep the light on. Keep the light on. Keep the light on. And remember my face. My face. Big up to all the warriors, working hard every day, no matter what the situation is. Man, love my co-pollination. Stand up strong and listen to what they book. And man, Chris Puma say, I watch these birds flying. They remind me far I am from where I'm from. They're getting higher and they fly inside me. Righteous soon to tell you how far I've come. Please don't change the love. Keep your number safe. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Leave the light on, yeah. And remember my face. Well, I went, said I've got to keep moving, got to keep grooving. Stay focused and keep on improving. Said I've got to keep rocking, got to keep stomping. Longevity's what we pursuing. There's been times where I just felt like giving it all up, but I knew I couldn't stop when I hear my people come. Blood of a dynasty, yes, heart of a chief. Any obstacle we pass through, we not defeat. So big up to all the warriors, working hard every day, no matter what the situation is. Man, love my co-pollination. Stand up strong and listen to what they book. And man, Chris Puma say, change the line. Keep your number safe. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Leave the light on, yeah. And remember my face. Now the truth is that when I go, I miss you like hell, but there's so much to do and I'm not done. I'll be back soon just to say hello and wish you well. Then let us fall apart while I'm gone. Please don't change the love. Keep your number safe. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Keep the light on. Keep the light on. And remember my face. Please don't change the love. Keep your number safe. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Keep the light on, yeah. And remember my face.
You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9. Antes de nega Radzaus and malak estrelas durante todo el memu a no distância como cupo palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny Bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man lip
tayo matunon niya dito'y lugar. Paraíso ng Paraí-Gloria, a big islas en Paraíso ng Paraí-Gloria, a big
Good morning, Guam. Morning, guys. Hi.
That sound gets a lot of people up.
Thank you, Jay. Gets me up, bro.
Yeah, it means so much to everybody. And you guys
Open
mean-
yourself up, you know what I mean? You'd be surprised, a good yell.
Most psychologists would agree.
Yeah, 6:21. It's Wednesday, the 3rd day of February. 11 days until Valentine's, guys.
Which is on a Sunday. So,
It's on a Sunday.
Man,
Yep.
can't get better than that.
Take your significant other to church.
Actually, what's better, to have Valentine's Day on a Friday? Because then you get that Friday night groove, or like on a Sunday, because then you have like, it's all family.
Friday night groove. Hey, all right. Morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe, sir.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Jason.
Good morning. Okay, before we get started real quick, I have, because I know Bree's got to go because she's got to drop her son at school, but I have some feedback from yesterday, because we started yesterday's show just riffing like we always do, and we were talking about breakdancing and DJing and everything like that, and one member of the Link family, Nestor Quintanilla, not Nestor Lecanto, but like Nestor, our good friend, says he actually emailed me later on in the day because he wanted to write this, and he goes, "Hey guys, I just want to give you my backstory. I came to Guam from Long Beach in '87, and I was ranked one of 2 groups back then. Before I left, I used to do dance battles when DJs were playing, and I was in the group Pacific Island Tribe." And he goes, "I was a dancer on Guam," and Joe, so you're like this. He goes, "I used to dance and breakdance and perform on Guam at the PIC at the Hotel Nico with Pacific Island Tribe." He goes, "When DJ Qbert performed on Guam, remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Qbert was badass."
Yeah. Qbert, at the time he performed on Guam, he was really big because he had come out with an album with, was it Rex Never Ready, sir? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he came out with an album. Qbert's a DJ, and so it would be like Rex Never Ready doing comedy, and then Qbert would do like chwit.
Mm-hmm. Remember also the guy who he was a rapper we mentioned before. Remember Pure P?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Was he from Agate?
I don't know. He's from Guam.
Yeah, but it was Perry. And
Yeah.
if you guys ever Google him, I know we've talked about this before, but Pure P started out here, was trying to get his rap career going in the early 90s. He had one hit which was playing locally, and if you guys see him now, his YouTube channel, because he is huge in Korea.
Yeah, Perry Castro.
Perry, yeah, that's right. Thank you. Yeah, Perry Castro. Really, really nice guy.
Tumelu dan si Defuntun James. Right? Yeah, he's James Castro's brother.
Is he James' brother?
I believe so.
Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, but
I want to say.
super nice guy. When I was working in college, he'd come into and I believe for a while he hung out with the guys who would go on to form DUB. I think he kind of like those guys all knew each other because they're musicians and everything like that. But yeah, the Perry, nice guy. Yeah, really happy to see him be successful.
Good morning, guys. It's 6:23. This is the Link. We're on KUAM TV. Good morning, KUAM TV. Viva KUAM.
Viva!
We're also on the radio, The Breeze, 93.9 FM. There's an audio stream, Docomo Channel 10. And we're proudly brought to you by IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and Carrier at 647 Cool. Thank you so much, Carrier, for jumping on this Wednesday, the February 3rd episode of The Link. Jay, what's going on our Facebook feed?
I got some people checking in and giving their Hafa-Day greetings. Benita Regis is saying good morning. Chris and Sabrina have a wonderful, blessed day from Port Orchard all the way up in Washington State.
Wow.
Also, Michael Duenas says, hua hua. The military greeting. Yeah. Infantry. Hua. Back to you guys. KUM crew. Great job. Rock on. Absolutely agree. And then Stan Wani Torres saying, you guys are awesome. Thank you for all you do to keep Guam in the loop. Thank you so much. That means everything to us and everything, because this show would not be half of what it is without all you guys out there in the Link family. So
Lillian Cruz writes, Buenos KUAM team, half a day. Roberto Fracassini, Buongiorno, Guam.
Oh, Glenn is here. I was hoping Glenn would be here because F. Glenn Lujan, he's an educator. Okay,
yeah.
I'm glad Glenn is here because I just wanted to share a real quick side story, right? I am the most emotionally neutral of all of us, I would say. You know, like I don't get emotional for anything around here.
Mhm.
But the other day I cried twice in the newsroom back to back.
Was it
because-
just the other day, bro? I thought I heard you crying back there.
Because it's kind of like a running joke, and I always say, like, I'm the one Chamorro guy on Guam whose middle name is not his mother's maiden name. My middle name is Arthur.
That's something to cry about. Right there.
Well, and also I'm
I'm
the
gonna
only
start calling you Arthur.
I'm the only Chamorro. Yeah, please do. You know, I'm named after my grandfather actually, and I'm the only Chamorro guy on Guam who doesn't have any godchildren. So Tyler Matanani, who, you know, I mean, you know, if you guys haven't figured it out.
Oh man, guys, I think Jay's thirsty to be a Nino.
So Tyler, you know, literally grew up here, and you know, if you guys haven't figured it out, Bree's daughter. So she said the other day, and she goes, hey, Uncle Jason, everything. You know, when did you get confirmed? And I was like, well, actually, because my parents had a split ceremony. My dad was Catholic, my mom was Protestant. You know, when they got married, it was like a dual thing. I was baptized but never confirmed, and she goes, oh man, because she goes, you know, I was never confirmed too, but I want to get confirmed this year, and I wanted to ask you on your birthday if you would be my confirmation Nino.
Oh,
And I was like, oh my, I was like, Tyler, man, like, you know, I was like blown away and everything. I was moved it, and she goes, but you're not confirmed, so never mind, and too bad. And I was like, all right, and then I cried the other way. So since Glenn is here, I figured if anybody knew, it would be Glenn. Can I still go to CCD?
bro, they got a special. You can just go check a priest that you know, and they'll like they give you like a fast track, and then you can get all your sacraments
There's like the turbo
in one shot.
There's the turbo version
Well,
of
they used
of
to
Escuela
make.
en Pali.
You used to have to fly to the Philippines, or I think even maybe somewhere in the NMI, and right, Joe, and you would pay a certain amount of money. And I think if you went to the Philippines, it was like a 2-day thing, right? So they just cram everything in there.
Yeah, so Glenn, do you know? Like, can I mean, because, you know, I would love to be Tyler's Nino. I mean, that's, you know.
Never mind. We'll ask Polly Mike.
Oh, there you go.
Well, Jay, I'm sorry you shed tears over there.
No, I mean, it was, I mean,
But you know what? Also, Jay, you can be a
Unbelievably
Nino
gracious
though, and you don't need that stuff. It just got to be cool. You got to be cool with Polly. Because sometimes you go to the church and you get the one they want to check all your documents. Other times they're just happy to see you.
yeah. But I mean, you know, I've known Tyler since she was 4 years old, and since she came to Guam and everything, you know, like you know, Bree's got me down as like an emergency contact, so I used to pick her up from school. You know, I've babysat her before and everything like that. I mean, we literally watched her grow up, and to see her now succeed and to be a reporter is unbelievable.
Doing a great job.
It means so much to me personally and everything, because I've seen her grow into the wonderful young lady that she is and everything like that. And then for her just to say that, and she goes, and I also wanted to do it for myself on your birthday, which mine is coming up in several months and everything. And I was like, what kind of person does that for another person? That's you know, yeah, I'm choking up just talking about it. Okay, so Glenn knows. Okay, yes, Jason, and he goes, call Polly Mike or Eric Chrysostom. Oh, thank you. Okay, so that was that side story.
Yeah, let's make that our mission. Okay, I'm gonna make our mission to get you
Nino status.
Nino status. All right. 6:29. Yeah, so good morning to everyone on our Facebook Live feed. There's always a lot to talk about. And Glenn is on there. I sent a picture to the chat. I actually took the dog for a walk in Assen yesterday, and Glenn snipered me. He snipered to pick me, and then he sent it to me, and he was like, wait, let me see what he put. It was kind of funny. He was like, who's that daddy walking his dog?
All right,
And I was like, who's this? And I was like, oh, it's Glenn. Hey.
you want me to put this here, sir? All right, here we go. Here is what Chris is talking about. And ironically, that is what Chris wore
Yeah.
to work yesterday. So apparently,
Yeah,
like
I went straight from, and he put,
jeans and Zori's and island shirt, you know,
yeah, people were like, what the hell? Because everyone's in their workout, their spandex.
and that looks like it's at Aspen War in the Pacific
It
Park.
is at Aspen Park. And
Nice.
he put, wow, man, who's that daddy walking his doggy? Happy Tuesday. All right, Nanny Poodles.
That's classic. And look at you looking like so nonchalant. It's like, oh yeah. But by the way, your dog is an amazing canine. Tell us about your dog. I mean, your
Come
dog.
on, Jay. Really? Let's get on with it. Bree's got to drop a Brockster.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry.
Okay, so we're going to get in. You guys clocked in? I don't want to start unless you're clocked in. Okay, let's go. It's
Punch
the
that
link.
time card. Let's go.
Good morning, guys. Coming up on the show, We'll talk with Dr. Hoa, the PAG chair. There's a lot going on with the PAG, with the quarantine. They caught 18 cases in quarantine. All right. And remember the protocol brief for coming into Guam is that you got to come to Guam with, you have to have a negative COVID test?
The CDC guidelines is that if you are coming from an international destination into the United States, which includes Guam, then you have to have a negative COVID test. I think it's up to 3 days prior to arrival.
So people who are coming from the States or Hawaii don't require any kind of...
It's not supposed to,
Okay.
as long as you're from the States.
Right. But, I mean, with the variant guys, because I hear so many people talking about the quarantine, but they're catching these cases in the quarantine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that was 18. Want to find out a little bit more. So hopefully Dr. Hoa can talk about that. And I know that they were also in discussion to modify the quarantine requirements.
Right. Currently, it's still, I think it's the 6 days mandatory government quarantine facility. Then you can take a test. If it's negative, then on day 7, you're released to home quarantine for the remaining 8 days, which is a total of 14 days.
Right. So
quarantine.
it's still, no matter what, you got to do 14 days of the quarantine. But what they're trying to figure out is how soon you can test out to go home to stay home. But again, with this variant out there, I mean, we'll talk to Dr. Hoa, maybe get public health on today or tomorrow. This variant that's popping up all over the place, they're saying that it's many times more infectious than the original COVID-19 strain, right? Yeah. So when we get these doctors on, they really talk about how this quarantine is really the only barrier we have to protect ourselves from.
That's exactly what Dr. Hoa said when he was on last week.
It's like, consider it, the border wall, but it works. I mean, obviously, if they're catching the cases there. So we'll get more into that on the show. Also, there's a few Russian asylum seekers on island. And so, Bree, you know anything about that?
Yeah, we all got the email. They've been here. They've been having issues with the border control and immigration. And so some of them have been here for years. And there was an incident that I think really provoked them to come forward and share their story. And they've they've gone and they petitioned outside of Adelup. We saw that more than a week ago. They posted the video on YouTube. They've urged Congressman Michael St. Nicholas to help them. And also, they just posted that new video. I believe it's last night. But there was, I guess, the stress. I mean, we're going to have them on the show. But
Yeah,
there was an incident that kind of provoked them to really, come forward. And I'll let them share the story.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So we're getting them 7 o'clock hour. Then we've also got Superintendent of Education John Fernandez. I remember we had him last week, and he was talking about more people are wanting their kids to come back for face-to-face learning. So we'll find out how that's affecting and when it'll be implemented, and when we'll start to see more numbers at the schools. 8:30. Wow, this port oversight hearing and the informational thing on the drug-free workplace. I couldn't even believe what I was watching. But we're gonna go in with a few of the senators on the committee around 8:30 or so. We put out a bunch of invites. We've been inviting the port oversight chair, Senator Talina Nelson, to come on the link. She's yet to make an appearance here this year, so hopefully she can come out this morning.
Oh, never mind.
Wait, did she? That was last year when I was on leave.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's always good to get Senator Talina, and we'll get Senator Joanne, Senator Tello, and we'll see who else shows up. And then 9 o'clock, guys. Guess what's open? Well, besides game rooms, the movie theater, Tango Theaters, opening up. So this is something I've been waiting for. We'll get Terry, our girl Terry from Tango Theaters, to come on and talk about that. And then we got Sergeant Paul Tapau with a kind of a crime update. All of that is coming up here on the link. Good morning at 6:34. Let's go ahead and get right into the news here with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Mazzanani.
Off today, everybody. Another big day ahead for the Guam legislature as bills introduced to get Guam moving again will be heard today. Beginning at 9 o'clock this morning, a public hearing for Bill 4 gets underway. The legislation would temporarily suspend the additional real property tax levied on improvements with a value of $1 million or more. The measure was introduced by Republican Senators James Moylan, Tony Atta, Chris Duenas, and Frank Blas Jr. The senators also introduced Bill 3, which would amend the gross threshold of the limited exemptions of the BPT from $250,000 to $500,000. The public hearing on that bill is scheduled for 2 p.m. The Republican senators have said the first step to get Guam moving is to create opportunities for businesses to bring back their employees and allow the spurring of the economy. This starts with proposals to help reduce their overhead expenditures, particularly government obligations. In return, the government benefits from the infusion of payroll taxes along with disposable income spending. There is, however, no word on when a public hearing will be held on their bill proposing to reduce the BPT from 5% to 4%. However, yesterday, a pair of Democrat senators introduced legislation to also reduce the BPT. Senator Joe San Augustine and Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes introduced Bill 53, proposing to reduce the BPT from 5% to 3%. As reported, the governor is not supporting any changes to the business privilege tax. BBMR Director Lester Carlson, in an interview on The Link last week, said it would be, quote, foolish. Meanwhile, at 9 a.m., Bill 13 will be heard. The legislation was reintroduced by Senator Mary Torres, Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes, and Amanda Shelton. The bill adds Guam to the Nurse Licensure Compact, or NLC, making it easier for nurses in other NLC states to practice in the territory. If enacted, the measure would further enable nurses in other compact states to provide telehealth services to patients, as well as allow nurses to immediately cross state borders and provide vital services on Guam in the event of a natural disaster or other emergency without the need to wait for an emergency declaration. And with more news from the Guam legislature, here is Peter Santos.
Afternoon, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. The warm-up to the main event, the Port Authority of Guam going several rounds with the Guam legislature as senators sought additional information about how the agency is implementing its drug-free workplace policy.
In the time he's been general manager at the Port Authority, Roy Respicio told senators only 3 people have tested positive for drugs. The tests were administered after workplace accidents in December. Additionally, in January, Respicio implemented random drug testing within a specific division. All 24 that were tested negative. However, 2 evaded testing and ultimately resigned.
I just keep asking, what is the end game in this? I understand the informational hearing, but in the upcoming oversight hearing, is there like rampant drug use among the port employees that this committee is hearing, that I'm not doing enough to do random drug testing? And I've explained why we haven't done random drug testing early on, and how I've responded as a leader here at the port when we did have those few instances.
No one is accusing anyone of anything here, Mr. Respicio. It's just transparency that the public will see how the port is operating and the mitigations put into place, and also the administrative actions that are taken, so that they can be reassured that the port and all other agencies within the government are doing their job within the limits of the law.
Senators questioned the frequency of random drug testing at the port and the implementation of its drug-free workplace policy.
Is it normal practice, because you've been in the government for so long, and so I'm sure you're aware, is it normal practice to conduct random drug testing within agencies every 6 months? Has it been normal practice for Port Authority of Guam in the past?
No, and apparently it's not normal practice in the legislature either. Think about it.
Mr. Respicio, no one is attacking you right now. I'm asking you a question. And just to clear the air, just so that we can have an unbiased understanding of what happens, this is just a general question. That is this normal practice? And if it's not, it shows that you are doing your duty when there are accidents taking place to implement the drug-free workplace. You brief your employees, you remind your employees about the drug-free workplace. And so really, if this is something that we need to examine in all of our line agencies, then this is something that maybe we can discuss further. But right now, I don't think anyone, for me, in this oversight, we're not in this informational hearing, we're not making any accusations towards the port employees.
I assure you, Madam Chair, and as diligently and a hard worker as you are, I assure you that I am implementing the drug-free workplace and the SOP to the T. I spent 14 years in your seat, and majority of my term, I was in the majority, and I had oversight responsibilities as well. So I understand the difficult position you're in. But I also want to make sure that if you can guide me, if you can point to any infractions in the drug-free workplace policy, and if you guys want to, and if senators want to say randomly drug tests every quarter, randomly drug tests semi-annually or annually or every day, then that's what the policy should reflect.
Tuesday's virtual oversight hearing on the hiring practices at the Port Authority of Guam got a little tense. The oversight hearing came about after the recent controversial hiring of former DOC Corrections Officer Frankie Roslin, who was convicted of official misconduct as a misdemeanor for his role in the 2017 DOC contraband scandal.
Let's face it, we're all here because of allegations in the news regarding personnel that were hired who have police records or court records or conviction records and are related to high-level people in the government.
Port Authority of Guam General Manager Roy Respicio was repeatedly asked by members of the Oversight Committee to provide a list of names of Port Authority employees with a criminal history that he's hired. But instead of providing that list, he asked the committee to start listing some names.
This oversight hearing, we asked for up to the present, from 2016 up to the present. So can you continue the status for the current that we have today?
So I did provide a list of all the hires from 2010 to present, and I've asked you to identify those individuals who you've heard have a criminal history, and so we can.
That's not what I'm asking here. What I asked you is for those that have criminal history. I'm not asking you for a list of what you're hiring.
No,
right.
I know.
I don't know of individuals that have had criminal history. I am asking you if there were practices of individuals who were hired with a past criminal record. So I am not saying that I know who these individuals are. I was asking the port to provide it.
You must be getting it from somewhere, Madam Chair. So guide me, help me, give me the name.
Mr. Respicio, I am asking you for the information to the present.
And it wasn't long before the heat started to pick up. Port GM Respicio and former Port GM Senator Joanne Brown laid their feelings out on the table after both having released statements critical of one another's tenure as Port GM.
I didn't want to ask the current general manager, is he aware during his tenure, has he hired anyone that has a criminal background? During his tenure now in the past 2 years, he served as general manager.
Yes. Yes, as part of the process, those things become aware to me as the hiring authority.
And to what type of crimes are we talking about? Do you know?
Well, can you be more specific in who you're actually talking about so I don't make any...
Well, you were very quick to want to point out during my tenure, but I will state for the record, Madam Chair, and to the members of the committee and to the public, I've never knowingly hired anyone with a criminal background.
Well, that's very convenient to say you didn't knowingly, but try using that at the Civil Service Commission where they say management knew or should have known.
In regards to the application process.
And at that point, is it still subject to discretion whether they are hired or not?
Yes, correct.
And whose discretion?
The general manager, ma'am.
According to Port HR staffer Sean Cepeda, local police and court clearances are only submitted after a potential employee is offered conditional employment at the port. Additionally, the Port Authority of Guam does not require the submission of a federal court clearance. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
And Speaking of oversight hearings, one has been scheduled with Public Health. It's gone from under review to under investigation. Public Health Director Art St. Augustine says they are now investigating a complaint about certain public health nurses assigned to the government quarantine facility. What made you decide to take it to that next level from it being under review to under investigation? What was it that triggered that?
Well, what happened is we were looking at what we have already looked at internally, and then with regards to the allegation, we said, wouldn't hurt to look a bit further. So I called DOA yesterday to see if they had someone in payroll, someone independent who could review time records.
Complaint alleges multiple allegations of nurses assigned to the government quarantine facility racking up 100 plus hours per week for work they were not performing, failing to respond to calls for patient care, drinking on the job, sleeping on the job, or not even on site. The complaint included pictures and a video of nurses allegedly at a dinner and drinking. According to St. Augustine, he's interviewed the nurses in question, including their supervisor.
So in speaking with them, what they did say to us at this point was that they were not on the clock, that it was their time off. So that's what we wanted to be sure about. And so they provided us even they showed us a video in which it was timed, and so we have the date and the time. And so we just need to go now and cross-check the timesheet for that day to be sure that they were actually not on the clock. That otherwise would prove, if they were, that would otherwise prove that the allegation in that one regard is true.
St. Augustine also confirms that there have been changes with supervision of the nurses in question.
With regards to favoritism, I hear you, and so that's why we were changing the line of supervision, because there is a relationship that exists, which was in the allegation. That is true. And so we are changing the line of supervision so that the relationship in terms of supervision will not exist.
Senator James Moylan had requested Oversight Chair Senator Therese Chalahi, who is also the Speaker, to conduct an oversight hearing. Last week, Speaker Chalahi told KUAM, quote, "Public Health has reviewed the matter and assured me that there are no pending issues, but we are requesting for the director to put his response in writing for formal consideration by the committee."
At the point when I spoke with the Speaker, we had already done a review with the lead, and there was no indication of any wrongdoing with regards to what was alleged. Again, I want to share with everyone that it's an unsigned allegation. We don't have specific dates or times. It was a general sense of time fraud, drinking on the job. And so although we had the preliminary review, at their request, we also decided to move it a little further, and we're now doing a in-person discussion with each one, which has been completed. We've also reached out to Department of Labor and Department of Administration if there's any further guidance they could provide us with regards to what steps we would take or need to take with regards to the allegations. And so it is under investigation, and we will be providing a report over to the committee as requested.
Speaker Chalahi has now scheduled a virtual oversight hearing on Monday at 5:30 p.m. As for St. Augustine, he is urging those who have complaints about public health to reach out to him, whether it be a phone call or email him at arthur.staugustine@dphss.guam.gov.
An update on vaccinations. The clinics will continue at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse today. However, according to the JIC, all appointment slots are booked there through Saturday. A limited number of walk-ins will be accepted hourly. Public Health has added another vaccination clinic to the schedule, but it's Saturday at Ukadu High School from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Homebound vaccinations, meanwhile, continue today in Arahan, Talafofo, PD, and Jotnya. A total of 28,427 people have been vaccinated to date. Of that number, 21,553 received their first dose, while 6,874 people have been fully vaccinated. A total of 5,873 doses of the vaccines remains, but Public Health is expected to receive another shipment of a total of 17,000 doses of Pfizer and Moderna within the next few days. 2 new cases of COVID-19 were identified out of 525 tests performed on Monday. According to the JIC, 1 case reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 7,610 officially reported cases of COVID since March, with 129 deaths, 100 active cases, and more than 7,300 recoveries. 6 people are hospitalized, with 2 in ICU and 2 on ventilators. The CARS score is 0.5. Free COVID-19 testing will be offered at the Jigo Gym tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. You do not have to have symptoms, just bring an ID. This will be on a first-come, first-served basis. There will be no vaccinations being given at this site. It is only for COVID testing. You will find out your results on site. Guam Community College meets the requirements of public health guidelines to reopen the campus for in-person learning. Yesterday, public health inspectors conducted a walkthrough of the GCC campus to see firsthand how the college has implemented the minimum requirements for in-class operations of K through 12 and institutions of higher education. According to the public health compliance checklist and the inspection report, GCC is in full compliance. Prior to the opening of the campus for limited in-person learning, GCC President Dr. Mary Okada requested courtesy walkthrough inspections by Public Health and the CDC. However, before the inspections were scheduled, the Office of Homeland Security received a complaint that GCC was not complying with public health requirements. According to a media release, the two inspections conducted this week reaffirm GCC's compliance and its commitment to remain vigilant and responsive to what is required to protect students, employees, and community during this uncertain time. President Biden is trying to gain support for his $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package, but congressional Democrats are taking steps to pass the billion their own if the bipartisan effort falls short. Natalie Brand has more.
Democratic leaders have now introduced budget resolutions in the House and Senate, paving the way for them to potentially pass President Biden's coronavirus relief package without support from Senate Republicans.
We are not going to dilute, dither, or delay. The needs of the American people are so demanding. We need to think big, and we need to act quickly.
In an effort to negotiate with Republicans, the president spent 2 hours talking to a group of GOP senators who have a counterproposal a third of the size of the administration's $1.9 trillion plan.
I wouldn't say that we came together on a package tonight. No one expected that in a 2-hour meeting. But what we did agree to do is to follow up and talk further.
Both sides acknowledge there are areas of common ground, but the White House press secretary says the president will not settle for a package that fails to meet the moment. Both the administration and Republican proposals include $160 billion for COVID vaccinations and testing. But on unemployment insurance, the White House wants $400 a week through September, while Republicans want $300 a week through June. The White House wants $1,400 stimulus checks for most Americans, with Republicans proposing $1,000 for people in lower income brackets.
It's more rhetoric to say that, oh my gosh, the house is on fire, when in reality, if you look at what the data is from the Fed, the families are doing pretty well based upon what we've already done.
Senator Bill Cassidy points out that all 5 previous relief packages have passed with bipartisan support, adding up to nearly $3.5 trillion in aid. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
And finally, a quick update on tax refunds. DRT and the Department of Administration will be mailing out 770 tax refund checks this week, totaling a little over $2.2 million. These include refunds that were garnished to repay GovGuam debts. They are for error-free returns filed on or before September 16th, 2020.
Okay, real quick, Bree, before you hit the road and bring your wonderful son off to school, we do have a special shout out to give to a member of the KUM family and the Link family, a silver shout out, because our dear friend Sean Gumatau and his lovely wife Trish celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary.
Oh, congratulations.
That is awesome. Did you guys see the picture that Sean put up of
Yes,
when he was getting married? It's classic. Sean looks great in like the white tuxedo.
Nice.
Kind of like Paradise Island. That
Right,
whole
right,
thing.
yeah.
Sean, man, that's a great picture, and congratulations, man. Yeah, you and Trish are some of our favorite people. You guys are awesome.
All right, 6:54. We'll take a break, and we're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
Breeze Night. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU
Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Hafaday and Mabuhay, I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
War, I left the world. I'm missing you. Send me another postcard so I won't feel like I've been you. War, I left the world. I'm missing you. Send me another postcard so I won't feel like I've been you. Outside the big blue moon, sometimes I see your face. Sometimes around the ocean view, I see you swimming across the bay. Girl, it would be so nice to have you in my arms today. Girl, I'm melted in your eye. I'm left with nothing else to say. Girl, I'm in love with you. Me hope you know that. Me hope you know that. Girl, I'm in love with you. War, I left the world. so I won't feel like I've been used. Oh, I left the world, I'm missing you. Send me another postcard, so I won't feel like I've been used. So many times in this situation, soft as open, some me on keep breaking.
Yo, sir, with the Harmon cam.
Girl, I feel like I'm upside down.
A little bit fun gun out there.
It is windy and it is very, very overcast and it's raining now. So we're wishing Bree very safe driving as she hits the road to take her little one off to school. And we wish you, all of you guys listening, the same too.
Yeah, especially those kids who are on the bus for a return to face-to-face learning. Be safe. Adai Talent is Palaxi to the Maxi. Good morning. It's 7 o'clock. We're KUAM FM. I got Guam. Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group is coming up here. Also, we've got this cool montage from Relay for Life. Of course, we had Tina from ACS and the Relay for Life squad. And we'll be drawing a winner for a Relay for Life giveaway tomorrow here on the link. There's a bunch of stuff going on. Jay, I know we're doing the Link tailgate party.
Yes, in preparation for the Super Bowl.
Right.
Okay, do you know, we haven't even touched on this yet. Oh, and by the way, when Bree gets back, because her brother Pat, was true to his word, and he sent us a wonderful care package of all his Trader Joe's stuff. So let me, actually, if you want to hold this up, I'll get you on the camera because Joe Sir's still outside.
Right, so we got these ghost pepper chips.
And we are going to do the hot chip challenge right here on the link. Each one of us is going to try one of those bad boys. And the crazy thing is I can't have any milk to try and take some of it because I'm lactose intolerant.
Yeah. I think that's a myth, though.
No, that really works.
Does it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I love hot. These chips aren't even hot. So, my solution, they say, like Jay said, if you eat something pica, drink milk to wash it down. My solution is if I eat something pica, my mouth's burning, I just eat more of it. So that's your Harmon studio cam. Pretty yuck. Yo. I know Landon and I lit from the weather service. We talked about when we had him on Monday, some of the low temperatures. It's been a little chilly lately. I know you guys noticed. That's why your coworkers are wearing hoodies. Jason's in a hoodie. Joe Sir's in a long sleeve. And there's Dr. Hoa. Coming in here 7:02 and 8:30. This is going to be fun because this port oversight hearing was, I gotta the way the GM Roy Respicio manhandled that port oversight committee. It was very unfortunate for the public interest because I don't feel like anybody really got significant answers to any questions. But it was entertaining. That's for sure. It was definitely entertaining. Man, I don't know. I think Senator Talina got to go back to the drawing board on how to control Uncle Rory because it was pretty messy. But we'll be talking about that with some of the members of the Port Oversight Committee at 8:30. It was just, I didn't even know who was the subject of the oversight hearing because it was almost like Rory was the chair. He was the one asking questions. They were like, tell us who you hired. And he's like, no, you tell me who you hired. And it flew. It worked, and they were able to orchestrate a presentation, I guess, if you will, at the end of the hearing, where they brought on our friend Jesse Mendiola, who is a federal convict who has been recently hired at the port. And, I just kind of unfortunate that they trotted Jesse out there. I felt like the whole hearing was just orchestrated. I feel like they were probably celebrating down at the port because they were able to get out of there without really giving out any real information on the hiring of Frankie Rosalind, on just the hiring of anybody with a criminal record under GM Roy Respicio's watch. And it was just really interesting. And again, we'll talk about it at 8:30. But what I saw, what my read on it was that these senators have personal agendas against each other. And the port, through just a whole bunch of posturing and a whole bunch of videos that Rory and they put out, the port, I feel, was able to play on those agendas because they were able to capitalize on this inexplicable hatred that some of the senators have for Senator Joanne Brown. I don't get it. But it was just funny because Rory was allowed the opportunity to read off all these hires that he said were made under Joanne Brown's watch. But then when they asked him, what about you? He was like, you tell me who I hired. It was just mind-boggling. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I mean, if I was Senator Talina Nelson, I mean, you definitely got to do a better job. Rory was just beyond control. It was beyond control. I mean, as a government official, it was very unprofessional of him to go out and tell the port employees in a video that the senators were saying they were all on drugs, that they were all criminals, because no one said that. The only person who said that was your GM. Your GM was the one that said, I mean, really, no one was saying that. And so half of the hearing, it was like Senator Talina was trying to convince everybody that she never said that. It was brilliant. It was a huge distraction. And the whole committee got caught up in it, and I don't even know if that hearing was successful. I mean, there were some revelations that were made. We found out that the general managers of the port have a lot of discretion when it comes to hiring who they want to hire, that's for sure. But as far as the specifics and getting specific details that they wanted relative to why this oversight hearing was even called in the first place, I don't think the public got any answers. And like I said, it's clear that these senators have issues with each other. And the more they fight with each other, the less united they are in doing the work of the people of Guam. And that's the real story there, is that the people of Guam at the end of the day lose out when our senators want to fight each other instead of fighting corruption. Anyway, we got more on that coming up, of course. It's 7:06. We're going to take a really quick break and come back with Dr. Hoa of the Physicians Advisory Group next on The Link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Hafa Day, my name is Zina Cruz Vecina, a registered nurse with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. COVID-19 continues to be a very real threat to Guam. Wearing an appropriate cloth face covering in public is a simple and important way you can protect yourself and others on our island. During a pandemic, no single action will stop the spread of the virus. Wash your hands often with soap and water, and stay 6 feet away from others. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
I've been praying for to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play one day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they feed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavement, keep on moving though the waters stay raging. In this maze, you can lose your way, your way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you, no way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I dry.
A little bit of Fantasia, One Day, on this wet Wednesday morning, 3rd of February. Let's get right into the K-Wave News Zoom room, where we have the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Nguyen. We're just talking about the quarantine, the QFAC. That's short for quarantine facilities, guys. A little bit of your COVID-19 pandemic lingo breakdown there. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
So we were kind of just talking last night about the 18 positives that they caught in the quarantine facility. And you were saying it's 2 families, 18 total positives. Is there anything else you can tell us about this, Doc?
No, I think we're going to find out a lot more, but I think that I'm very sure that this specimen is going to be sent to CDC for genotype to make sure that it's not any type of variants like the UK variants. But yeah, 18, and that's a lot. So it's proved to be very infectious somehow. Right. If this family coming in and stay in different room, but that's where the Q factor serves its purpose. But yeah, it's we're gonna sit and wait until the genotype come back.
Do you know how long that's gonna take?
No, because it's difficult, so I'm not quite sure when it's gonna take. But the good thing about it is that these family members will be in the isolation hotel for the remainder the next 10 days or so they're not in the community. So it's good that it stopped at the Q factor and not outside. So it's something that again you have to treat like a cluster, but the one site and not in the community. So it's in the Q factor and now in isolation factor. So we just going to sit and wait until the genotype come back.
Do you know what flight these guys came off of? Was it international or?
Yeah, that's a very little detail come out of that one, and I don't think no one have privilege for those detail yet until they finish their research and investigation. So I'm very sure also that all the people on that flight will be watched very carefully to make sure that that they don't have no symptom. So it's something that we probably need to push for the new proposed guideline to come on board very soon, just because we're going to require the 72 hours PCR testing prior to boarding to go to Guam. That's one way that we are sure that people on the plane does not carry the virus coming in. You're not going to catch everybody, but at least, you have the pre-screening process before people boarding.
Doc, when we had you on last week, and I think Dr. Cabrera too, talked about the quarantine facilities being, in a way, like a border wall for the island of Guam, right? Do you think that this kind of shows how important the quarantine process is when we're catching, 18 positives? It really sticks out.
Yes, well, guys, for all the people out there, that not all, but few people out there are very critical of the Q factor and the way it run. I just tell them it really serves its purpose. We are where we are right now just because of Q factor. So I know it's expensive, but we live on an island, and the only way that the virus can get in is through the airplane, the air traveling. So it's not like you can drive from one state to the next. So you can control your border, and you can protect your island by being quarantined. It takes 5-6 days in the hotel, but again, it protect the island, protect your family, protect the community. So as much I don't like the Q factor, but it does serve its purpose. And I know that a few people were very critical on say that 72 hours and you can go home and quarantine. But again, our economy get beat up right now. You can see the reason why. And this is the only way that we can go back to somewhat near normal, just like we are right now, if the Q factor is in place. We just have to modify a little bit, get people home earlier, have a very good home quarantine, that home surveillance program for public health in place. And we do that, we will continue to improve our CAR score.
Doc, you know how we're sending this sample off to check if it's the variant, and they say the variants are way more contagious than the regular COVID-19. Are we concerned at all that these positives could have transmitted the virus to anybody who's staffing the quarantine, to anybody who's staffing the airport?
They are. I'm very sure public health are aware of the situation, and the Q factor, the facility, the personnel also take precaution, and they really track down that flight to make sure that the people on that flight have been monitored appropriately. It's very, very important because, like I said, 18, it raised your eyebrow a whole lot. It's just, there's no question about it. We see positive in the family, 1 or 2 here, but we never see that the whole family get infected. So there's something going on. And also, this is where, again, the PCR testing before you travel is so important, because I'm very sure one of them will turn positive before they board a flight.
Doc, what about the Guard members returning from D.C.? Or do you know anything about that? Were they quarantined? Are they on any type of exemption? Did any of them test positive? Because we got a tip about that.
The Guard members come back from Washington is I think are treated as essential personnel. So I don't think they are quarantined. They're supposed to be home quarantine with restriction range of movement. So I don't think that they are in the quarantine factor. I'm pretty sure.
So in a situation like that, Doc, where if you're coming from a U.S. jurisdiction to Guam, we don't require a negative COVID test. So in the event of, like, let's say these Guard members come back from Washington, D.C., I'm assuming they're coming domestic, right, from wherever, Hawaii. But is there any measure? Do they just, if they're deemed essential and they get to just walk out without quarantining, are there any measures in place to just like swab them to make sure that they're not bringing back any COVID cooties?
The Guards, sometimes the question is, are they flying commercial flight? Are they flying the MAX flight? Sometimes those TDY, are they going to the MAX flight and not to the regular commercial flight? I'm not quite sure which flight do they take, commercial flight or military flight.
So if they come in on the MAX flight, are they swabbed upon arrival and tested?
I don't think so. That's not the protocol at this point. For essential workers, just like physician, before we come into the island, we have to submit the 72 hours PCR testing prior to arrival, and then we have to test 1 day after arrival. That's for the physician and the nursing staff that come back to the island. That's only for the physician and the nursing staff. I'm not sure the other essential worker have the same requirement or not, but for us, we have to be tested some 2 hours before arrival, and then 24 hours, after you arrive before you start seeing patient.
So you don't know if the guard members coming back have to have the negative test?
I'm pretty sure they don't.
So is that prudent to you, Doc?
No, I think they should be the same as any essential worker. They should be, tested before they arrive, and they tested 24 hours after they arrive. I think that should be across to anyone that deemed essential, and get the restriction range of movement letter from public health. They should go the same process. Because, essential workers, depending on what we do, are also a risk of a carrier too. So I think everyone should be in the same boat.
Well, you're in a position to do something about it, so you think that this is something that you should bring up to the PAG, or?
Yeah, we will bring it up. I think that one of the things that we really, I know we put a proposal for the new quarantine guideline a few weeks ago. I know it's the public health desk, and they are under review, but they should be implemented very soon. We are in the first week of February already, so we should be implementing a new proposal for the travel guideline. The CDC already have the guideline coming out the 26th of January, so we should be implementing the new guidelines soon as requirement before arrival and after arrival.
Doc, let's talk about vaccination real quick. So were you guys involved with any outreach? Are you doing any outreach coming up on the weekend? Because we had some of the mayors on, and that seems to be what's happening.
Yeah, we, Dr. Akimoto want to do Tamuning homebound this weekend, so we will try to go through the homebound for Tamuning this Sunday. And we also, have the GDOE, the second dose on the 24th and 25th of this month to complete for the teacher and the staff. So that's and we also have to go back and finish the second round for PD and MTM in the next coming week or so. So those are the three villages that we're going to tackle and finish what we start with.
How's Dr. Akimoto doing?
He's doing good.
I was like, "Oh, there's a blast from the past." Is he still grounded?
He's still grounded. Just kidding.
No, you're not.
We keep him busy.
That's good. You got to keep him busy. When he doesn't have anything to do, that's when he gets into trouble. Oh, man.
But yeah, we're gonna do Tamuning, so we're gonna work the mayor and hopefully roll out and finish the Tamuning this Sunday. I know public health have been doing homebound also,
right.
Along with HSP, so we're gonna try to assist them this weekend.
Doc, I wanted to talk a little bit while we're on the subject of vaccinations, because I was just getting some messages from a friend. Can you kind of talk about, and I don't even know if you witnessed this, but people who get the vaccine, even just the first shot, there's this kind of like sigh of relief where they think, "Oh, we're good now." Ooh, boy. Like, I'm talking to my friend here, and he's telling me he got vaxxed yesterday, and friends and family were like, "Oh, now we can hang out. We don't need a mask. We don't," you know what I mean? So just, let's say, for example, you just got your first vaccination shot. What types of protocols and preventative measures do you need to do to keep yourself safe until you get the second shot? And then after you get the second shot, what else do you still need to do to keep them? Good.
Yeah, we need to put a lot of education out there for people to fully understand that the vaccination, the main purpose of it decrease the risks of you being in the hospital and also decrease the death. Okay, that's all it does. It tries to prevent you from being admitted to the hospital and also prevent from dying. But it doesn't prevent you from catching the virus. You you're still going to catch them. And that's the most important part. People got to understand that getting the first shot doesn't mean that you're going to drop your mask and run around and as normal as before. Boy, you're going to be very dangerous just because you're going to catch the virus, and then you're going to carry on to your family and your friends and your community. So you really have to still, use your mask, social distance, and protect yourself. So there's a lot of education out there, should be there, and something that I think public health and the government have to put the message out to people. After the first shot, you're only 50% protected somehow. After about a week to 10 days or so, and you got to get the second shot to get to 95%. But again, try to prevent you from catching the virus, but you still can catch it. So, you got to use the 3W still, and you cannot drop that. That's very important. Again, even after we get everyone into the herd immunity, we still have to protect ourselves, and we still have to do a lot of testing, because I tell people that don't want the vaccines, and man, you put yourself in a big risk, because the people that have the vaccine will protect themselves. They won't get that sick, so if they catch the virus, they're gonna pass on to you, because and you're gonna be really sick. So for people out there that don't want the vaccine, you put yourself at a huge risk, because now that the people around you are protected, they might carry the virus and the very mild symptom, and they're gonna give it to you. So I tell you, if I have my chance to get a vaccine, I tell people to get it. There's no contraindication not getting them. You can have 3 choice now. You have the Pfizer, you have the Moderna, and hopefully we have the Johnson. So pick your choice. They work the same. The Johnson is not an RNA type of vaccine, but they don't work quite as well. So if you worry about RNA vaccine, then just get the Johnson. It's available, but get something to protect yourself.
When are we getting the Johnson & Johnson vaccine? Because I talked to somebody yesterday who's like, I'm waiting for the Johnson & Johnson.
I don't think they have the EUA yet, so they still need to approved by the FDA before they can give it out, but I think it's going to be a few weeks out.
Okay. So what Doc is referring to, the EUA, is the emergency use authorization, which the FDA gives to companies to allow them to issue their product, or in this case, their vaccine, before it goes through all the crazy approval things.
Yes.
Go ahead, Doc.
So if you get the first dose, make sure that you look at your card, and make sure you get the second dose almost on time. I know you can get it 2 or 3 days earlier and 2-3 weeks later, but I wouldn't wait. If look at the date, and if you see the date coming up that you're supposed to have the second dose, look at the newspaper and look at Facebook and see when and where to for the second dose, and try to get them. So don't be forgetful and forget about second dose. It's very important for you to have that. If not, you're gonna stay at 50% or less. So I would get the second dose and don't miss it.
Doc, so you're basically saying that we need to come out with some cool videos that say, after you get your shot, don't do this, don't do that, and maybe get what's the Carabal's name?
Yeah, I think
Kiko.
Kiko
the Carabao.
Yeah, and you guys did some great videos. Some of you might come up with something there, Chris, Jason.
We're here to help. We're here to help, Doc.
We need help.
Yeah, we do.
You got to pass out the message that people will not, will not drop their guard down.
Doc, go ahead. The bars, right? So we had Crystal on, I think Friday. She said that Mary Rhodes was asked to come up with some protocols to open the bars, but they actually already have done them ever since way back. So what's your opinion on that? Are we ready to kind of reopen the bars?
And I think the we have to look the guideline from the bar to make sure that that we are comfortable with the guideline. I think that if they have the guideline, they should be allowed to open sometime. You cannot shut them off the whole time, because we shut them down for so long already. But they need to have a strict guideline. I don't see the guideline yet, so I'm curious to just take a look and see what type of guideline do they have in the bar, But if they police themselves and make sure the owner of the bar, follow the guideline, just like the school does, then I think that in the near future they should be able to allow to be open. You can't really shut them out completely. Right now, I went to some place to eat, and I mean, we sit outside and look like the people are drinking, outside. So, but they social distance themselves on those type of environments. So, I think that as long as the bar has some very strict guideline and police themselves, because all you need is one bar to break the rule, and the whole industry got affected. So they have to police themselves.
Hi, Doc. I wanted to follow up on some of the questions that Chris had asked regarding the 18 individuals in the QFAC that had tested positive for COVID. You mentioned they were two families, correct?
I think so, yes, Sabrina.
Did they come in, the two families come in on the same flight?
Those information is not available for a lot of people yet, Sabrina. So I myself don't have the full detail for those two family. But again, I mean, I'm sure that it's going to come out soon, and I'm very sure that those family specimens have been sent out. 100%.
And so we don't know if they came on the same flight. We don't know where the originating flight is. And wow, it just seems like if it's that serious and that large amount, that more information would be provided to the community so that people have an idea. How serious
especially the flight number and the people on that same flight. I would agree with you that those information should be out to public. So if I'm on the same flight, I would be paying more attention to my symptoms to make sure that if I have symptoms, I go, I seek care from my physician right away.
Right.
So I think those things should be published out to the community, so that way people on the same flight would know.
Thank you, Sabrina.
What about when they arrived?
Right.
Like, nobody knows how long they had been in the QFAC before they started exhibiting symptoms?
No. Those things, nobody know yet. Sabrina.
Doc, you're the head of the PAG. I think they would tell you.
Do they have age ranges though of the people that were part of the families?
Yeah, I think what we will do is I'm sure that there's a push to let public know more about some detail on the flight. Again, the more detail public know, especially on people on the flight, so that way everyone can kind of really pay attention to their symptom. It's really helpful that the more people know about it, especially people on the flight, the better for the community. So I will try to push to see if we can get more detail out there for people to know. Yeah. There's no privacy in this one. I sit in the plane for UA, arrive on Thursday. There's no privacy. There's no name, but at least I know that I'm on that plane.
So we don't know either if any of them are children or age ranges, or how many between the two families. Like there may have been 10 in one family or 8 in another. But each one of these people had individual rooms?
I think from what I know is that there's two family in 2 different rooms.
The entire family?
Yeah, I'm not sure how they arranged that one. Is that kids or adult? But that's the only thing I know is there's 2 different families and they different room.
Wait, all of them are in different rooms, or you're saying two families?
Yeah,
and
all
in
of
two
them are different
separate
room.
Oh, all 18.
Yeah, but
it-
they are the family, so that means they kind of, have a close interaction with each other because they're family.
In 18 different rooms.
No, I'm not sure how many rooms they are, but again, the nature of the 18 is concerned because that means that this thing is very infectious for some reason.
Right.
The current strain, we don't see that many the whole family positive like that, not that fast. So again, this is going to raise a lot of question on how many people in the family can stay in the room, and also the genotype of this infection. So we just have to wait, Sabrina. But I think that the one thing that I really probably encourage public health to do is release more information on the flight number and the date, so that way other people can pay attention to it.
Right.
I'm just curious. Does public health track, for example, if there was a positive in like room 13? I'm just throwing out a number, room 13. And then do they mark that, okay, somebody was transported, they ended up being positive in room 13. And then when somebody else comes in, I mean, I don't know how this works, but somebody else comes in and lo and behold, they test positive and they were in room 13. You know what I mean? Like, are they keeping track of the rooms where positive cases are or were?
I'm very sure there's some sanitizing procedure, Sabrina, that if someone turned positive in a room, that room will be sanitized heavily just to make sure that it's safe for the next person to come in. Just like anywhere else where we in the grocery store or anywhere else, they close it down, sanitize it. Yeah. And I know Lusitani, I know the GM, they have a very strong team there that actually do a lot of sanitizing procedure. So I'm very sure that room are very well cleaned before the next person come in. They have their own sanitizing team.
I'm just asking because we've been seeing and we've been hearing, a lot of the, we're seeing an increase and an uptick in positive cases from the QFAC.
Yeah, I think the increase and uptake in the QFAC is because, in the state, they're still very much in the red zone. There's a lot of positive there. So as you travel from the state to Guam, the chances that you will be positive is somewhat much higher than in the past. I know from a few of my patients that travel from the state back to Guam, quite a few family turn positive. So when you travel the state to here, yes, there's a higher risk of positive just because of the current level of positive in the state at this point. So there's a big risk. So I think it's very nice that we try to implement that 72 hours testing prior to boarding. And again, we will push for that to be implemented very, very soon.
Regardless
like
of what, regardless if you're coming from the mainland.
Yes, you have to be just like Hawaii. They require the testing. I think that it's about time for Guam to implement that one. Again, the new proposal that the advisory committee have come up already is up with the level of public health to implement it. So I would ask public health to go ahead and implement it very soon.
So regardless if you come from an international destination as required by the CDC, the PAG is now recommending that it doesn't matter where you are coming from. If you want to come to Guam, you got to have that 72-hour negative COVID test.
Yes.
Okay.
Or
especially from the U.S.
Right.
Because of the variant, right?
Yes.
And so for these 18, you said that it's been sent off island to do the genome sequencing testing. What about previous positive cases from the QFAC? Have there been any instances where it's been sent off island for this genome sequencing?
Yeah, so far, over the thing we sent out, they have nothing coming back as the variants yet, Sabrina. So far, so good. If not, you hear that in the news already. But so far, we have nothing variants coming in from the U.S. yet.
But those, like I said, from the QFAC, they have been sent off island for this particular type of testing, and they've all returned negative.
Well, I don't know that for a fact. It's all returned negative, but so far, if it's positive, it should be all over the news already. So I would presume that it's all negative so far. But again, you know, in the past, we let people that positive and isolation factor that can do home quarantine, home isolation. But now, 100% are positive. They would not be allowed to go to their home isolation.
So is that information that would be included in the Joint Information Center reports that they would be, that they are, because you know you have the PCR test, you have the antigen tests. Should that be included so the public knows that, okay, so we are doing this genome sequencing, so we know, okay, they are testing for the variant and it's negative.
Yeah, I think that I know the JIC includes something in there, but I don't think that they report as negative for the variant. So that's something Crystal, I think, is responsible for it, and I'm pretty sure they're going to put some more information there for the people to know on the JIC that, hey, we send out for the genotype testing at CDC, how many come back negative for the new variant. So I'm sure they're going to include that in the JIC so people are much more aware of the situation. Because everyone worry about the new variants at this point.
Yeah, and it also shows that yes, we are testing, we are, you know, containing or trying to prevent it from coming into Guam.
Yeah, but again, that's our protection of our border is a Q factor. So, you know, hopefully it stopped from then. But I get your point that the people that work in the Q factor that potentially get contaminated just because it's more infectious than the current COVID-19 at this point.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Doc.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, guys. A lot of info there. Another one, again, so the travel guideline for the PCR testing to go from Guam to the U.S. Again, I know it's very confusing, but guys, but people need to know that if you transit through Hawaii, if you go to Texas or go to Florida and you transit through Hawaii, you do not need to have the PCR testing unless you want to waste your money and pay for it. You don't need it. You need to sign up on the website through Hawaii, say I'm transiting, and get the confirmation there so you don't have to wait. But you don't need to have a PCR testing flying to the state through Hawaii. I know there's some confusion on going to Japan, but I think that United is trying to fix that confusion. But most likely you do not need to have a PCR testing go through Narita to the U.S.
What about if you're coming to Guam from the CNMI?
I think from what I see from CNMI, they don't have to have that testing, Chris. CNMI are pretty low rate and they do a very good job and protect the border, so their CAR score is really, really low.
What's their CAR score?
I think it was like 0. I don't think there's not much a community spread in Saipan at all. You know, I mean, they protect the border pretty tightly.
They don't have a CAR score, Doc. That's the Guam thing.
Yeah, but if they're gonna put a CAR score there, I think all the positive in the Q factor, Chris. I mean, they community-wise, I don't hear anything positive in community.
They haven't had any community spread since like 1980 or something.
Yeah.
Something crazy. Their cars, if they had a car score, it's probably like negative 20.
They actually very good. So again,
Kevin Bautista is quick to tell us how good they are.
Yeah, pretty much. We still haven't got our blueberry bread though.
Okay, so don't get the PCR and waste $150, $200 to get PCR testing to go to Hawaii to the state. You don't need it. I mean, no. If you want to do it, but that's a lot of money.
Well, thanks, Doc.
Okay.
We put the message out to public health. Hopefully, we'll get more info on these positives. But we appreciate you sharing what you know with us and our audience.
Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
Day, guys.
Okay, you too. Be safe. There you go. 7:45. So that was a very interesting conversation. Yeah, it looks like we need more info from public health on these 18 positives that they caught in the quarantine. There's something else that was interesting. Was he said that that the guard members returning from D.C. would be deemed essential personnel and wouldn't be tested for the virus upon return to the island. That's something that he said he wanted to change. So, and he did say that he would bring that up with the PAG. So that was also pretty interesting. I'll take a quick break, guys. We're going to be back with more of The Link next on The Breeze. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
Boy, I've been faithful, promise not to hurt your hearts where I'm not able. I loved you from the very start, my love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy, yeah. Take it how you want it. Boy, I've been faithful, I promise not to hurt your hearts where I'm not able. I loved you from the very start, my love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy, yeah. Take it how
I'll make everything so easy. Boy, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy. Yeah. Take it how you want it. Boy, I'll be faithful. I promise not to hurt
Okay.
your heart.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, you know, we're talking about the Guard members coming back from the inauguration in D.C. And a bunch of questions for Dr. Hoa. 749.
You can put your trust in me. Say the word, what it is, it got you bugging. I'll be there whenever you are stressing. And when I do, close to you, all of your friends ain't got no clue. I just can't wait to be with you. I promise I'll make everything so easy. Boy, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy. Yeah. Take it how you want it. Boy, I'll be faithful. I promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Chris. Sabrina. So, yeah, we had asked Hoa about Dr. Wen about these Guard members returning from inauguration, and I just got the confirmation from Guard PIO Mark Scott, who does confirm that there were 2 positives with the Guard members returning from the inauguration duties. He writes they had their negative PCRs and everything. We did it by the book, but now they're kind of reviewing that process, including maybe some things like no more off-island deployments or trips without taking the vaccine.
So before they arrived, they took a PCR test.
Yeah.
They got to Guam, and then they tested positive.
That's what Mark is saying.
Did they come in on a commercial flight, or was it a MAC flight?
Did they come in on a commercial flight, Mark? He's driving now.
Oh.
Yes,
Oh.
commercial flight, Bree.
Commercial. Oh man.
Okay, so we got kind of feel like we got to get
International or from Hawaii?
from Hawaii. Hold on, he's typing. It's real time. He'll get back, okay?
All right.
He's trying not to kill himself on the road right now.
So I would think that maybe everybody else that was with them are probably being tested.
Right. And maybe that's why we haven't heard from public health. Maybe they're just trying to get a handle on this. We don't know. It's what the problem is.
Because remember, there were national reports that National Guard members that were manning up the inauguration ceremonies, some had tested positive.
Right.
And I think we even asked them if anybody that was deployed had tested positive because of the reports that National Guard members were testing positive for COVID that were at the inauguration.
Right. So we'll try and get Mark on. I don't know if he's going to have time to go on this morning or if he could just provide any other information that we could release to you guys. But as it stands now, the Guard has confirmed that 2 of their members returning from the inauguration ceremonies in Washington, D.C. have tested positive for COVID-19. Again, we don't know if it's the variant. Dr. Hoa had said that they're sending off.
Mark's here.
Actually, we're going to go to Mark, and then we're going to go to our friends from Russia here. Mark, good morning.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, good morning.
So.
Hey, Mark, can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Mark?
Thumbs up if you can. Thumbs up if you can hear us.
Can you
Mark.
hear us? Hey, Mark. All right. Oh, we lost Mark.
All right.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
So again, we're waiting to hear from the National Guard, PIO.
Mark Scott.
Mm-hmm.
We're having some issues getting him on. So 7:54. We'll go ahead and go now to Andrei Yusov and his wife Ekaterina, who are here. Bree?
Right, yeah, we received an email from them yesterday, and attached with it was a video that they had recorded outside again. Yeah, so let's just play the video first, and then we'll go to the couple.
Honorable President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, we are Russian asylum seekers on Guam Island, and this is our official statement. Fleeing from persecution in Russia, we were forced to seek asylum in the United States while on Guam's territory. Unfortunately, we did not know that we would find ourselves in a trap with no way out. We are locked on a small island, and it is impossible for us to fly from here to the USA mainland. The CBP, Custom Border Protection, does not let us take a direct flight from Guam to Hawaii, thereby violating the Refugee Convention, which gives us the right to travel freely throughout the United States. Other agencies, such as USCIS and DHS, refuse to comment on the situation or cooperate in any way and simply ignore us. We have sent many letters, recorded video appeals. We held more than 10 peaceful rallies, and all in vain. Nobody notices us deliberately. One person has already committed suicide. The rest are in hopeless depression. Most of us have been locked up on the island like in prison for 3-5 years. It is difficult for us to endure the local tropical, very hot climate, which has a dramatic impact on health. Constant outbursts of racism towards Russian asylum seekers, the inability to get qualified medical assistance or at least change the climate, and other accompanying factors put us on the brink of survival. Having exhausted all measures, we are going on a hunger strike on 1st of March. We, Russian asylum seekers on Guam, ask you, Mr. President and Madam Vice President, please help. Refugees shouldn't die on American land. We believe that the United States is a country where human rights are not an empty phrase, especially the basic human right to freedom. All relevant information is posted on the website, guamrefugees.com. We really hope for your help. Vice President, please help. Refugees shouldn't die on American land. We believe that the United States is a country where human rights are not an empty phrase, especially the basic human right to freedom. All relevant information is posted on the website, guamrefugees.com. We really hope for your help.
That again, a video from Russian asylum seekers who've been here 3 to 5 years in some cases. Viewers on KUAM TV, we're going to go in on this interview with Andrei and Ekaterina Yusov, who are seeking asylum right after we sign off here. So our viewers on KUAM TV, thanks so much for jamming with us this morning. There's a whole bunch of great programming coming up. You can jump on our Facebook Live feed or catch the show on the radio, The Breeze, KUAM FM, Hagatni Guam 93.9. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
KUAM TV land, está adios. And we are back here in the KUAM News Zoom room on the link. We have Andrei and Ekaterina, who are asylum seekers. We just had played the video.
And this is just the first of quite a few videos that they have posted that are on YouTube. There was a message I saw. They were outside of Adelup. There was a message to Congressman Michael San Nicolas as well, and this one being the latest that you just saw to the Biden administration. So if you guys could just start with, I guess, how long have you been on Guam and waiting?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Me and Andrew, we've been waiting for more than 2 years, but some people in our community who is Russian asylum seekers too, they've been waiting for 3-5 years. since there is no limits. Like,
I gotta ask, like, where do you guys stay when you come to Guam, thinking that you're gonna transit through to Hawaii, end up being here for years? Where are you guys at?
Sorry, could you repeat that? Your sound is
Where,
not
where
good.
where are you guys staying? Are you in a hotel, or I mean?
No, we are renting. So actually, we have papers. We have work authorization. So we have the right to work here. We just we asking to stop violating our right to freely move within the United States, because we as asylum seekers, we have just a few rights. And CBP, it's Custom Border Protection. They violate one of a few rights that we have. It's the right to, freedom to move. All asylum seekers have the freedom to move within the United States, but we can't do it.
What was the reaction you got when you took your case to the governor and the congressman of Guam?
Well, actually, we received no reaction at all. And it seems like no one wants to help us. Local authorities don't want to, they just ignore us. They don't want to help. We held many rallies. We have sent many letters, appeals, but it's all in vain.
Can you talk a little bit then about where you guys originally from? I guess in Russia, and why you're seeking asylum. Just a little backstory.
We are from south of Russia. I'm not sure that that you guys are familiar with Russia's territory, that like cities. Yeah, it's south. Actually, Russia ranks at 175 out of 210 in the Freedom in the World rating. So we cannot talk about our cases because it's confidential, but if you are interested in the current political situation in Russia, you can always go to the Freedom in the World rating and read about it.
4 years is a long time. When's the last time you've even had any contact with, I guess, CBP or any federal agency in this process?
We are trying to keep messaging them, but all that we receive is just not answers, but just words. Like sometimes even those agencies says that you can actually move. We do not stop you. You can move from Guam to the mainland. There is nothing to stop you. But when we are trying to take a direct flight from Guam to Hawaii or from Guam to California, CBP officers, they stop us. And so they do not let us take this direct flight.
How many people are part of your group that have been waiting?
We think about 200, but some people in our group, they're here because of religion, and their religion does not let them take part in politics, in strikes. So we kind of we represent them too, because so Russian asylum seekers, it's political, it's religion, and it's also LGBT community from Russia. So it's all different people, and it's about 200 of them. We're all different, but we all have this one big problem here in Guam, unfortunately.
So have you guys, I'm just a little confused, because I'm not familiar with the asylum process. Have you, because you're on American soil, Have you been granted asylum? Is this something that you can only do when you go to the continental U.S.? Maybe if you could just explain the process a little bit.
Yes. So we came to Guam, and the process is that you need to send all the papers to California USCIS office in Los Angeles, because they manage Guam. So our papers are in California, and the officer who works with our cases is in California too. But we are locked up here.
So you guys were here for the pandemic.
Yes, but it was before the pandemic too.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, the pandemic does not play an important role because it was a long time before 2020. No changes.
Right. In the video that we played, I think that I heard you say that you guys experienced racism towards Russians.
Yes. Yes, we are. One of the most serious case, I think it's from the CBP officers. We did not expect any racism on the American land, and of course we did not expect racism from American officers. That's not me or my husband, but other Russian asylum seekers who tried to take a direct flight and who were talking with CBP officers at the airport, who came to the DHS office and tried to just have a conversation with officers. They heard, we consider it racism because the officer says, I'll try to translate it. Yeah, since I work here, and while I'm working here, no Russian leaves Guam.
Do you guys
So
have
that
a,
what
Do you guys have an attorney?
we personally know, but some of the Russians who stay here, they do have.
So has anybody who has come to Guam seeking asylum been successfully granted asylum that you know of?
No, we actually haven't heard of any Russians who came here on Guam and were granted asylum. Because there are two paths of in asylum process. One is like I told you, to send papers to California and wait. It's like a regular process, but you also can ask for asylum at the airport. So you just come to Guam and you ask at the airport that you said that you want to ask for asylum. And the process for those people who did this, the process is very different.
What made you decide to come to Guam?
It was the only USA territory that we could come at the time without a visa, because we believe that only United States can protect us from Russian government and from the persecution in Russia.
Do you still feel that way, given that you've been waiting years for the United States to protect you?
We really hope that Joe Biden's administration will do something for us. Maybe we really want to bring their attention to us. Maybe they change it.
In your video, I believe I heard you being critical of our weather here.
Russia is well, of course, the island is beautiful, and we are grateful for all the people on Guam who helped us and are helping us. But it's a really big deal for us because no one should be locked up, even in a beautiful island. And the hot climate here, it affects health. We are from Russia, it's not a tropical country, and it's really hard for us to stay here long. Yes, and a lot of us, some of us have health-related problem, like with skin or different problems.
Right.
And we cannot, unfortunately, since we cannot leave Guam, we cannot choose a hospital because we understand that many locals, they travel all the time. They can choose hospitals, they can receive cheaper medical help than it is on Guam because it is really expensive. Also, we cannot get an insurance, so we need to pay out of pocket. So all this, together with climate, it affects, of course, our...
It's very strong effects.
Yeah.
Yes, it has a strong impact.
You talk about the negatives, but what are some of the positives that you've experienced staying here and being here on Guam?
First of all, we are alive. Our lives are not in danger here. And that from Russia, from Russian government. And that's the most, of course, important.
So 4 years ago, you fled southern Russia, took a flight to Guam, landed here, and told the authorities here that you were seeking asylum, right? You filled out the paperwork?
No. It was more than 2 years ago, and we sent our case, all the papers, to Los Angeles USCIS office in California.
But
and have been waiting since to be granted full asylum. Is that?
Yes, correct.
Well, I think it's interesting your guys' use of social media to kind of bring awareness to your cause. There's a Twitter, there's a YouTube account, but again, your pleas have fallen on deaf ears with the governor, with the congressman. I don't know, maybe the senators. Is there any message you want to give out to anybody who may be watching this that could help you guys get to where you need to go before we let you go?
Yes, we believe that USA is a land of human rights and democracy. So we ask local authorities and federal authorities, if they have any chance to see this, to help us, because what's happening, it violates a basic right to freedom. The Refugee Convention is ratified by the United States, and what is happening is violating the international law. All we want is just stop violating the international law, stop violating our rights.
You mentioned someone committed suicide. Was this as a result of the stress or the pressure?
Что это ментальное здоровье. Мы, конечно, не можем разглашать личность, но мы должны, мы знаем.
Yes, unfortunately, there is already one suicide. I can't give you a name, but it's a woman. She couldn't take all the pressure, and since she didn't see any light in the end of the tunnel. She
Мы находимся сейчас все в таком же состоянии.
yeah, and just like us, we are in limbo. We don't know how long should we wait. We have no terms, no limits, and it's very depressing because you cannot plan your life. You cannot raise children. You cannot buy a house, and etc. etc.
Just nothing.
Are you guys able to work?
Yeah.
Or I mean, how are you sustaining yourselves?
Yes, we are. After you send the papers to USCIS office, you need to wait about 6 months, and then you can apply for work authorization and social security number. So yes, we are working.
And you have a social security number?
Yes.
So mainly you guys are just not able to travel.
Yes, I understand that some people may think that, oh, it's not a big deal, but it's very important because when you know that you just cannot leave a small, even if it's not small, you cannot leave a territory, but you have the right to do it. That's not right. It's lawlessness, and we ask to stop it.
Yeah, just for clarify, it's like a big island prison for us. So we locked up here and can't go anywhere. So it's very hard for us.
Well, one man's prison is another man's paradise.
True.
Yeah, but it's hard to understand for anybody.
Right,
yes, but may I ask you, when was the last time you traveled?
Me, it's about 2 years ago, prior to the a year and a half ago, prior to the pandemic. But since the pandemic, I haven't been able to travel to go visit my family.
Yeah, so that's only because of pandemic. I think that if there is no pandemic, you would travel more last year.
Right.
So if I tell you that you just cannot do it, I think it's a big deal. It's a big problem.
No, I totally
we get it.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate. And hopefully, by coming on the show, maybe the congressman is, well, I don't know if he's watching, but we can send him the link.
Yeah.
But that's why we wanted you guys to come on, just to kind of share your story and figure out what's happening, because it was just this is the first time I heard of it when I received that email last night.
But we do see, and I've seen like Russians in Tamuning and different places selling flags or just doing, I guess, whatever they can do to just get a little money to rub together. And I know people have said, hey, have you seen these Russians walking around? And I mean, because Guam is small, you're right, so you guys kind of stick out. But I had no idea that you were here seeking asylum. I just thought, oh, they're just, so, I mean, again, to bring awareness to your issue, we hope that somebody out there, I mean, we know some immigration attorneys that listen to the show. It definitely sounds like, I mean, I don't even know, because you're saying that your compatriots who have lawyers are still here. So I don't know what the issue is, but we'll forward it to...
It's definitely a federal issue, that's
yeah,
for sure.
that's for sure. I mean, we've got our own issues with the feds here with our political status, but we'll forward it to where it needs to go. Ma'am, I want to thank you for joining us. We got your number. Keep us posted, and we'll be in touch again if we hear anything back.
Thank you.
And please email us as well.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
We'll see
Oh,
you.
wait. You're having a hunger strike?
Yes, March 1st.
Where?
Yes, March 1st. We're trying to now on February. We're trying to. It's like last chance
Carb
to
up.
bring attention to this. But if no response, we're going on a hunger strike on March the 1st.
Okay. Where?
We're still thinking about a place.
Oh, okay.
We will keep you posted.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And good luck. Good luck.
Appreciate it. See you guys. Okay. Yeah, wow, that's pretty interesting. The comments are pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, there were like people hating.
Right. Right, but I feel for them.
Of
They are
course,
stuck
yeah.
here,
Yeah.
and for 4 years.
Damn.
And that's just their story.
Right.
There was a woman they just mentioned she had committed suicide because she felt hopeless, like she would never be able to leave. And I don't think they're saying that we just don't like Guam. We just want to have that freedom to be able to go if we want to go to Hawaii or if we want to go someplace else. But they have no choice.
Yeah. 8:20. We'll just move real quick. We'll go to Mark Scott from the Guard. As we had broken here on the link that 2 Guard members that we know of returning from inauguration deployment in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C., have returned to Guam and have tested positive for COVID-19. And so we'll bring on Mark Scott from the Guard to kind of just bring us up to speed. Mark, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on short notice. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, Chris, Bree. Hi, Jason and Jules, sir. Good morning. Off a day. Yeah, no problem. We're here for you guys.
So what's going on? There's 2 Guards members that went to the inauguration. When did they return?
So they returned last week, Wednesday, and they had the negative PCR test within 72 hours of departure. Well, once they came home, one of our members was symptomatic, tested positive. This was Saturday, and then our second one was on Monday. So we did things by the book. We got the negative PCR test. We got the approval from public health to be deemed critical service workers. They had the court order to do restriction of movement, home quarantine, all of that. But, it turns out that it looks like the book could use some improvements. So that's where we're going from here. I think Chris mentioned it. Oh, go ahead, Bree.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, like what Chris mentioned earlier, that some of the changes we're looking at is adding some more requirements, such as, for example, folks going off island must have been vaccinated first, more restrictions on the quarantine process and things like that. Maybe a tighter look at qualifies for critical service workers. So, it's a work in progress, Bree. I think you guys all know by now that we are interested as much as anyone in the safety of our community. And, to have gone through this is definitely a risk that we have to try to work better at mitigating next time.
Right. I mean, but this isn't the first time we heard about military members that came to Guam and they were positive, because Operation Sea Dragon, it just concluded, I want to say last week or 2 weeks ago, but there were strict protocols that the Department of Defense put in place for all the military members that were going to be deployed here for the training exercise. And part of that was the PCR test negative before coming onto Guam, the quarantine prior to coming on Guam. And when they got here, some of them were positive. So, this isn't an isolated type of situation with military personnel. But with the 2, did all of the Guards members that were deployed, did they all come back at the same time on the same flight?
Yes.
How many?
It was in the 30s, like around 35, 38.
Have all 35, 38 now been tested since the 2 positives?
So there's a window of time in between tests, right? And then the one they recently took was that one before boarding the flight, which of course is all negative. And they're due for another one here soon. So being that they are on orders, we are going to get them their second test here as soon as possible. Yes.
But nobody else has exhibited any sort of symptoms, just the 2.
No, just the 2. So it's also important to note that our main body, which was the bulk of the packs, like 35, were all vaccinated with dose 1 prior to leaving, right? There was the advanced team that pushed out a few days earlier who the vaccine wasn't available for. So, when it comes to the mitigations and trying to limit the exposure, that's something that did make a difference for us, and that we don't expect that main body who was vaccinated to have any symptoms because of their vaccination.
You know, I remember when you were on last time, I had asked you if any of the Guards members had COVID, right? Because at the time when they were there were all of the stories about the National Guard that were sent to the inauguration starting to test positive for COVID. So, yeah, it's kind of sad that, you know, some of them are back and now we have 2 and we don't even know, you know, if anybody else
Yep.
Yeah.
is going
So,
to be exhibiting.
Mark, is the thought that they caught it on the plane or something? And do you
It's
know?
possible. It's possible. So the contact tracing was underway immediately, and those results are, you know, with public health. But if they got the negative PCR within 72 hours, it must have been after that.
Right.
Right.
So,
So like we said, even though we go by the book, it looks like the book could use some improvements, which is what we're doing here. We're doing that on our part.
are you able to say at all if they had traveled into the island on the same flights as the families who tested positive for the virus in quarantine recently?
So that's a great question, Chris. That is really good, and now that's something that I want to know. So in fact, I got my Post-its here, and thank you for that. It may be very relevant.
So, what flight then did they arrive?
They arrived in the late evening on Wednesday night from Hawaii. I don't have the flight number with me, Bree, but that was the time. So, yeah, that's a good question, for sure.
Late evening Wednesday. Okay. Like around what time was late? I haven't traveled. I don't
Yeah.
know what time the flights come in from Hawaii.
Doesn't that flight normally come in at like around 8 or something like
7:30
that?
or something?
Yeah, it's like flight 801 from Honolulu or something.
Mark, are we?
They landed.
Go ahead.
So I was there when they came in. Of course, you know, I'm there doing pictures, and I remember it being around 8:30ish p.m. is when they landed, and that was a little bit early, if I recall.
Mark, are we sending off the sample to the CDC to get the genome mapping to find out if it's a variant strain of COVID?
Yeah. So from what I heard, we don't have the ability to test here if it is the variant strain or not. But as soon as they come in for that second round of tests, yes, I think it's important to share the information with our partners for sure.
So is that a yes?
Yeah. When they get tested, did you ask, will we share that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah. Because I know that we just had Dr. Ho on, and he said that the test results from the 18 in quarantine are being sent off to the CDC so they could do the genome testing or whatever it's called to see if it's one of the variants.
That kind of happens a little bit after we send them to get tested. What they do with that tested is up to those guys. But yeah, if I have a recommendation, please send it up.
The 2 guards member that tested positive. What about their dependents, their family members? Is there any word on whether or not they may have tested positive, or whether they were tested? Or
Yes, contact tracing. So it started right away. As soon as the one on Saturday was identified as positive, the contact tracing started there with close contact members. And from what we know now is that they were all put in isolation, segregated from their family, right? What the results of that contact tracing, I have yet to see. I don't know if any of them tested positive. I haven't heard, but they were part of the contact tracing process. Yes.
and they have they been hospitalized, or they're okay in isolation? What was that? I'm sorry. No. Did you say no?
No hospitalizations. Some mild symptoms from one of them, cough and sore throat, but they're at home, locked away.
All right. When I guess you guys do the additional testing of the 33 other Guards members, please keep us posted.
Yeah.
Will do. Yeah, and thank you for that. Appreciate it. We're going to continue what we can do to try to protect the community and improve our processes as we go. Thank you guys for your continued support.
Thank you, Mark.
Take care, Mark.
All right.
Appreciate it. Be safe. Wash your hands, bro, twice.
Yeah. Are you going to have to get tested too, considering you were there at the airport when they arrived, or no?
Well, I've actually had my dose 1, and I will get tested, but I'm due for my dose 2 this weekend. So, yeah, it's not a bad idea for me to get tested again as well.
Well, good luck.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, you got it.
Take
Yeah,
care.
and if I could, just to the families of the soldiers that did test positive, we want to say thank you for your sacrifice, because there's always risk in what we do as guardsmen and guardsmen. We wear this uniform and we take on risk. We fight wars. So every time someone steps like this to volunteer to serve, and they make a sacrifice, even when it comes to getting infected, we have to make sure that we recognize that they kind of took one for the team, and we hope they get well, and please recover quickly. Thank you.
Mark, I know that you said that you are now considering getting tested because you were at the airport to greet him, but we do also understand that there was leadership, and I don't know if it was like the governor, lieutenant governor, senators, or guard leadership. Are we now looking at the possibility that we may have to test a lot of people who met these guard members at the airport?
No, so we weren't at the airport. They came into building 700 here at our compound, and we had this chair spread out at least 10 feet apart. There's no handshaking. There's no anyone came close to anyone at all, because we try to mitigate those risks as much as possible. So with a very distant welcome home brief that was probably at least 30 feet away from the troops, those measures were taken, Chris. And we don't see any need. We don't see any reason why there was possible risk there.
Are any of these same guards member, or are you going to find new ones? Because when we talked last time, you said there may be another mission for them to go back off island.
Oh, so there was an extension to the DC mission, and it came from all new people except for 5 who stayed, right?
Oh, 5.
So the new batch that went out got their dose 1 vaccination, and the 5 who are out there from before already got their vaccination as well. So there's no one that we sent out there for that extended mission who hasn't had their dose 1.
But there's no other missions to go back to DC. That's it.
After?
Okay.
No, not after what's already there.
Okay.
That's right.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay. Thank you guys too. Have a good day. Stay safe.
Yeah, you too. There you go. Mark Scott, Guard PIO. Let's just keep it going in the K-Wave Newsroom, and we'll bring on Guam Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez. Good morning, John.
Hafa good morning, Sabrina and Chris, and also Jason on the team.
So what's the latest with the face-to-face? Are we now allowing more students to return to face-to-face, or are we still in the process of figuring that out?
Well, we just completed 2 weeks, and we're moving into our 3rd week. So at this point, we're working with the principals, giving them a heads up that we will have a discussion about expanding face-to-face instruction. I think it was very important to get through the first 2 weeks, ensure that all the necessary protocols and processes were being adhered to, and just give everybody an opportunity to feel more comfortable with the situation at school before we further expanded. I think what's really helped is also the vaccination drive that we did this past week with the partnership of Public Health and with the support of the Guam Regional Medical City and American Medical Center. We were able to vaccinate a large number of both public schools teachers and staff, as well as private school teachers and staff. So we have about, on our count, about 1,400 GDOE employees who have received their first dose. And of course, we're already working to schedule the second doses. And I'm sure we'll probably have more interest amongst those teachers and staff who may have held off for this first round, but may end up being more interested as more people take advantage of the vaccine. So we're at 1,400 right now. And again, with the second dose, I think it'll raise even more confidence and feeling an assurance of our employees being safe in the school sites as we look to expand instruction. What I understand is that there are schools who have, in those first couple of weeks may have encountered students who were not registered but showed up anyway, thinking that this is the time to come back to school. Those schools which had the capacity to welcome the students into one of the 2 cohorts that exist did so, were able to do so. But we do know also that there are schools with, a longer waiting list and that are waiting for more district direction because of the numbers of students who are interested in coming back. So we're not yet prepared to expand, further beyond the 2 cohorts. But I think it'll be a very active discussion over the coming, maybe a couple of weeks as we engage the board and give them an update as to where we are with reopening.
You said there's a waiting list?
Well, I mean, I think most schools have been able to address some of the early, interest. I know that at JFK, which is kind of the outlier, they have about 100 and more than 100 students on the waiting list. And so we're going to be talking to them about how they want to address, if they're able to address, welcoming more students back to campus. So, in that case, when you're talking about 100, I think they're going to want to know, is that going to be able, are they going to be able to do it? And of course, we want to make sure that they still maintain the safety requirements that have been set forth by public health.
Any update on, I know when we spoke last time, you talked about the learning centers possibly opening at the different 7 or 8 campuses?
Yeah, we have about 8 schools. There was a slight delay due to some just working out some of the details with regard to staffing of the 8 centers. So we anticipate that they will start, instead of this week, they will start on Monday. So we expect an announcement to detail which schools they are and then inform the community, as to what the process is for being able to take advantage of these learning centers. I do think we'll have on the first day, we will probably have a session for media and for some of our partners to be able to come to one of our centers and, understand exactly what is going to be provided in terms of support. And also to be able to spread the word to interested students and families who want to take advantage of access to technology and the internet after regular school hours. So, we anticipate that'll happen beginning Monday. We're still trying to finalize the schedule, but, it's going to probably be offered 3 times a week, not every day, but 3 times a week to start off. And we'll start off with 8 schools who are ready to go. And eventually our goal is to expand that to 21 centers based in our schools. And also to partner with, we know that other agencies are considering doing the same at some of their sites, including DYA, as well as our public library system.
Okay.
Have you guys got a chance to put your eyes on the executive budget that was sent to the legislature?
Yeah, we saw an overview of it, and that's going to be ongoing conversation for the next, I would say many months until we get a final budget from the legislature. But there's just a lot of moving parts here that we have to monitor. I mean, number one, we're trying to get through this school year with the $15 million reduction from last year, which has been interesting because we've been shut down for part of the year, which has helped us make up for some of those cuts. But now we're going to be open for the rest of the school year. We got to monitor and see what we can do to live within our budget. And we were hoping that with the uncertain economic situation, that we would at least be able to maintain where we are, knowing that we've already dealt with those cuts, and there are a lot of things that, of course, schools are hoping to see in terms of supports. I think when we saw the report on the governor's budget, it looks like a $17 to $18 million hit, which is significant. And so, that's something we're going to have to start planning for. If that is the case, what would the impact be on our current operations? So, that analysis we'll do and try to provide as much information to the legislature when the time comes. We also know that on the federal side, we are going to see an influx of federal funding from the second wave of ESF, the Education Stabilization Funds. We received $110 million for DOE and including our private and charter schools. And then the governor gets an additional $33 million for educational purposes. So with that money, we definitely are looking to do what we can to invest in maintaining and sustaining safe school environments so that we can reopen for more students. I know there's been some discussion. I know the appropriations chair was on indicating the possibility of just taking that money and offsetting, the local budget. But I did want to, and I spoke to him briefly to remind him that there is still this maintenance of effort requirement that we sign off on in our federal assurance when we receive those funds. I mean, there is a requirement for maintenance of effort, and that maintenance of effort indicates that the past 3 fiscal years of state support, the average of those past 3 fiscal years needs to be maintained. So we just want to, of course, work in good faith to meet that assurance. There might be a waiver opportunity, with the federal government, but that won't open up until I think September of this year. So until then, we will continue to, inform the governor and the legislature of those requirements, let them know how we are investing those funds. And then when we get to the summer and start finalizing, the budget, hopefully we can sort all of that out to ensure that we have the resources to meet our mission.
All right, thanks, John, for that update. I don't want to say it's a progress report because $18 million proposed cut. That's
right.
Pretty.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with so many moving parts, and again, with the federal funding coming in, and I know the governor and legislature will have to sort out what that picture is going to look like for next year, whether it's as the governor predicts or whether it gets worse or better, depending on the numbers. That's something to be determined, and we have a number of months to go to really try to solidify that picture, and hopefully we're in a better position and we can see hope and light at the end of the tunnel with regard to getting through the pandemic, and we certainly hope for all of that for our entire island. So we're not going to panic just yet. We will do the planning that we need to do in any scenario. And again, our job is to give our policymakers the information they need to understand what our schools are going to need to continue through this situation, and obviously balance that with the other interests of the other the rest of the community. But we did meet with Lieutenant Governor yesterday, and we asked him about that, and we're going to continue to work together to see what can be done to maintain the necessary supports that are needed, as well as to deploy those federal funds in a coordinated manner so that we're not redundant or working at cross purposes.
So
if I could, I just wanted to address quickly, Sabrina and Chris, we did have an incident yesterday with regard to a positive case at Price Elementary, and I certainly didn't want to go past that without just addressing it publicly, because I know a lot of our parents and our employees are always concerned when they do hear, of any positive cases affecting the schools, and especially because we just returned to face-to-face. Right. So there was a lot of questions about what was happening, and we tried to put out information. So we did get a confirmed case affecting a staff member at the Price Elementary School, and we initiated contact tracing, and this was just on Monday, so this earlier this week. So we initiated contact tracing with our own team, headed by our school nurse, and working with our management team as well as public health to identify the number of contacts that would then go into quarantine, and then working to test them today with public health to at least give them that test to see if there's any further positives. So anyone who is at the campus, any stakeholders, family member, student, if you are a contact, you will be notified. And if you are not a contact, then you will not be notified, and you are definitely not going to be considered to be in that circle of folks who have to quarantine. We were able to disinfect the areas of the school that were possibly impacted. So, so today we were able to return to face-to-face operations without any interruption. And we will do an after-action, report internally, since this is our first case, to see what we can do better to address, these cases, which I think we did. I think we followed the protocols. But what I'm seeing in that first day is really, the need to continue with the communication efforts, because with all the anxiety out there, there's, always tends to be, rumors of what happened and who was affected. And we just want to make sure, I want to take this opportunity to let the Price Elementary stakeholders know that we have addressed the employee, the contacts, the disinfection as per our protocols, and we are open today for face-to-face instruction with an understanding that all those areas have been fully addressed, working with public health to ensure that all steps are followed. So I just wanted to put that out there, and obviously any questions and concerns, we hope they will forward that to us in DOE so we can continue to work with our community. So thank you for that opportunity.
When's the last time students were on campus?
Last time they were on campus was last week on Thursday. So, and again, I think that really helps us because they're not out there every day. And so when we did have a notification of the case, we were able to bring in the services to disinfect the areas without interrupting, disrupting operations. So that was really good. And I think, that really helped us in our response. And plus, like I said earlier, and as I've said all along, with our school nurses, well trained by public health, throughout this pandemic situation to initiate contact tracing, all of that happened without having to wait or rely on public health to begin that process. We initiated that effort, identified the contacts, and are working with public health to get them tested and to make sure that when they're, when they get through their quarantine period, that they can be cleared to return to work right after. So all of that is in process.
What grade is this teacher?
I didn't say as a teacher, so that's one thing. And obviously, one of our challenges is also that again, that we don't release information that would implicate a specific individual, just out of respect for the private medical information that is that is being discussed. But we do know that if it's in a classroom and you're affected and you are determined to be a contact, you will definitely be notified as a parent. Or as a fellow colleague, if you are a contact. If you are not a notified that you need to quarantine and so forth, it is with DOE and the partnership with public health that we've established that you are not a contact, you are not exposed to the individual, and again, I know it takes a lot of trust working with our our employees and our families, but we hope we built that trust in terms of the transparency that we've tried to provide with every case that we've had since the beginning of the school year, since last summer.
Right.
Even if the teachers were not on campus, if they were positive, we let you know, and we hope that we can continue to maintain that openness with our community so that they have faith in the information that we put forward.
Right. Yeah, I got a joke for this. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, John.
Who's there?
HIPAA.
HIPAA who?
I can't tell you. All right. Well, John, thank you for
Great.
that. Yeah. I was watching some COVID-19 thing last night on YouTube, and that was one of the things.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to provide an update.
Appreciate it, John.
Thanks, John.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, I'm here all week unless they can me. My name's Chris, 847. Guys, we're going to get into this Zoom we got with Senator Tello, Senator Joanne. Just full disclosure, we did invite the Port Oversight Chair, Senator Talina Nelson, to come on this morning. However, don't think that's going to happen. Also invited committee member Senator Chris Duenas, but he's got an ethics training going on this morning. So and we did also extend an invite to Speaker Terlahi, but remember, she's jumping on every other Wednesday for her update. So I don't know if we'll just get her next week on this, but we're going to play a little bit of this hearing. It happened yesterday at the Guam legislature. It's the oversight hearing of the Port Authority of Guam. And I just wanted to kind of play this first little clip here of the open, just to kind of give you guys an idea of the tone of this hearing yesterday.
Saying, we are conducting this oversight hearing, and I sent a letter of inquiry to the Civil Service Commission to inquire if the hiring practices of the port for individuals with prior criminal history is within the left and right limits of the law. And that is simply what it is. I am not making any inference or any allegations to employees at the port. As a matter of fact, I believe that the port is, we have a lot of our employees that are hardworking, and it is an injustice to generalize these statements of negativity about drugs being used and that there are criminals at the port. That is, I have never said that, and that is incorrect. What we are looking at as the oversight for this committee, which is also my fiduciary responsibility, is to address the concerns that the people have with the hiring practices and to ensure that they are within the limits of the law. So let's stay focused on the bottom line, and let's continue this oversight hearing with professionalism and dignity so that we can have an opportunity for the people of Guam to understand what is the statutes, what do they say, and how do we move forward. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, General Manager Respicio, for ensuring that. Okay, Mr. Respicio, can you please give us a synopsis of the Port Authority of Guam's recruitment process?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. But first, I have a brief statement that I'd like to enter into the record. Would I be permitted to do so?
Mr. Respicio, I just want to make sure that your statement is containing facts.
Always.
Okay, you may enter it into the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Senators. I will start today by giving some brief remarks with some perspective, and then I will have two of our staff from our Human Resources Division available to speak and to also take questions during this oversight hearing. I want to also ask if possible to set aside the last 15 minutes before the conclusion of this oversight hearing for our closing remarks. I want to thank you again. Madam Chair, you made public statements that you are looking into, quote, anyone hired at the port with a criminal record, end quote. You also stated in your news release, quote, while I continue to have confidence in the port's merit system, you must listen to the concerns of our community and ensure that our government is hiring qualified workers deserving of the taxpayers' dime, end quote. You further stated in the same press release that, quote, an additional audit of the port will help us to understand the port's hiring process and the measures they took to provide our people the gold standard of public service, end quote. Madam Chair, in order for the port to uphold the new platinum standard to which our agency has achieved, we have compiled a listing of all of the port's hires beginning in fiscal year 2010 to present. I want to assure you that we are willing to address any legislative concerns with this matter and any other matter you may hear concerning the port. We are committed to doing so in the interest of maintaining the present high level of transparency and accountability. Yesterday, we delivered to you the list of names, and we have requested more specific information from you on this matter. Specifically, we're requesting that you highlight any individuals on the listing provided who you heard are criminals. Identifying these criminals you have heard about will permit us to focus our attention solely on those you have heard.
Mr. I'm going to stop you right there.
Well, I'm not
I did
done.
not, who there has been reference with criminal history. I am not saying that people are criminals.
Okay,
So please get it right. Do not mince my words.
The only time that the Senator Talina stopped Rory during the whole hearing, so that was, we just kind of wanted to play that. It was just, to me, it was just a huge WTF. It just was. I don't know. Obviously, this committee chair, I mean, you know, no disrespect, but Rory was just beyond control. And watching this hearing, and we're going to bring on Senator Joanne Brown, Senator Tello Taitagui. Watching this hearing, I didn't even know whose oversight hearing it was. I didn't even know who was the subject of the oversight hearing, because I thought it was a port oversight hearing. But then sometimes it seemed like Rory was the chair of the committee, as he was saying, no, I want you to provide me with the information. And it really was just frustrating for the public who probably tuned in to get some answers and not see this whole, I mean, Rory was so comfortable that he had an agenda. I mean, figuratively and literally. He had an agenda, and he said, hey, yeah, this is what we're going to do. We're going to come on, we're going to do this. And then we got this 15-minute closing presentation. We got a big surprise, a little plot twist for you guys. So, yeah, I just felt like he was just way too comfortable in there. And then Senator Joanne Brown here, he had basically was allowed to read off uninterrupted a list of port employees that he alleged you had hired during your watch at the port. And that's the thing for me. It's like so much of this hearing was focused on looking backwards instead of looking at what's happening right now. So I guess just we'll start there. Senator Joanne.
I want to ask, do you feel you were set up?
Well, you know, it's unfortunate what happened yesterday. I mean, there's been so much effort on behalf of the current general manager and the port to project that everything's all good and wonderful. And, you know, isn't it just a great day? And when you scratch a little bit beneath the surface, you see a whole hornet's nest of negativity that's coming out with regards to their response. And you're right. Rory, the current port GM, certainly tried to direct that hearing according to his agenda, but we're kind of like in different seats. I mean, we're the current members of the legislature, and certainly Senator Nelson is the current oversight chair. But of course, that's the agenda. I mean, this issue came up weeks ago with regards to an individual there that was hired, that was let go of and has admitted to official misconduct, and that's unfortunately is where all this started. In coming to light and certainly bringing to our attention a loophole in the law with regards to official misconduct being left to the discretion of the hiring authority. And now look, I mean, all this dust kicking that has been coming up left, right, up and down has to make you wonder, they're trying to distract from that reality, and more's coming to the surface, I think, than they're trying to have come forward and for people to be aware of. And it just doesn't add up. I mean, if everything's all clean and transparent, I don't think we'd see the type of tone and conduct under which the current general manager conducted himself. And then to make allegations. I mean, I know what I know, having served in that capacity for 6 years. I'm very clear with my directives. I don't think Chris or Sabrina, you're going to walk away and go, gosh, what exactly did Senator Brown, what did Joanne exactly mean by that? I'm a little confused. I'm pretty direct with what I have to say. And right now, and even for former employees there that I worked with or that are currently there, to try to make up stories or try to make disparaging remarks that are not truthful and not reveal their own conflicts to try to make it appear that, things were not up and up. You got to wonder what's going on. And it just doesn't display well, certainly to me as a legislator. And I'm sure the public, you have a very well-informed audience. I mean, they listen to your show because they want to know what's going on in their community. I mean, I don't need to say this is how they should see things. I'm sure they, on their own, listening and making their own observations, will come to their own determination of what they see and believe is happening at the Port Authority of Guam these days.
I wanted to ask Senator Tello this question. We had raised here on the show some of the potential conflicts that Senator Talina may have. Again, just to refresh, her mom's sister's married to Rory. Her dad's brother is a high-level manager at the port. But I really thought that we would hear or see a disclosure of this relationship at the beginning of the hearing. But we didn't see that. Senator Tello, do you think it would be, even if, according to the law, Senator Talina might be getting through some loophole, don't you think that we should get some type of disclosure?
I think it's good morning first,
Yeah.
Chris and Sabrina, and of course Jason and all the KUAM staff there. I appreciate every morning you come up and informing us. I definitely go to you guys for information, usually in the morning, to find out what's going on, because sometimes we don't get that as a minority in the legislature. But absolutely, I think transparency is very important. I think you're holding a position as the oversight chair of an agency where you have close relatives, everyone from your father's brother who works there, as well as your mother's sister's sister, your mother's sister married to the GM, that, usually a lot of times senators, out of, transparency, will announce that at the beginning, of this. And I know that it was in the news earlier that it was brought up, and I too was wondering if the chairwoman was going to make mention of it, but she didn't, and it's her prerogative, but I'm pretty sure it's out there for everyone to know. So whether she did it or not, like I said, she's the oversight chair, she has control of it. And I guess she doesn't seem to there's a conflict at all. I think too, during the public hearing yesterday, it showed that I don't think she was favoring anyone there. If anything, she was trying to keep a person who has a gift of gab, which is, former Senator Rory Respicio, now director of the port, who can just talk his way through anything. And she was trying to set him straight and saying, let's stick to the conversation here. And several times when a question was asked of him, he would throw the question back. That's a classic example. When you don't want to answer a question, you throw a question back. And that's what he was doing. It was totally disingenuous. He could have answered the question, especially when Senator Brown asked him with regards to, what kind of
crimes of these individuals were committed. What were they? And he kept asking, oh, which specific? He knows exactly what we're asking for. And it's unfortunate because, you know, what we are trying to do, and I think the chairwoman of the Port Authority is trying to do, is bring, you know, it's the integrity, you know, of the port is in check here. And that's all she's trying to do. We're trying to keep the reputation of the current employees, you know, support the current employees and protect the merit of hiring and not using political hires. And that's basically, you know, what has been going on. You know, you're seeing a bunch of stacking jobs. You know, you got an election in less than a couple years to come up, and you're looking at all these hirings. And then you look at the CRE report, the money's not there. How are we going to pay for these hires? You know, you get places like autonomous agencies like the port, the airport, and some of their agencies that generate revenue that has not seen a fall like we've seen in the general fund, where, you know, this is a time for these autonomous agencies to help the government out. But these are the areas that you're stacking political hires, you know, and it's obvious that these hires that are coming in are questionable. Now, I'm a person that believes in second chances. I do believe in second chances. But why would you put an individual, let's say a person who is a recovering alcoholic, why would you put him behind the bar to run the bar? You're dangling a carrot in front of someone's eye. And some of these individuals who have convictions that deal with drugs, I just think the port is not a place to put these individuals.
It's not the Lighthouse Recovery Center.
There's other
in other words.
areas.
Yeah.
Sorry?
But Senator, I think that this is part of the subterfuge and the deflection is that we're spending time, wasting time, talking about whether or not we believe in giving second chances. That's not what this is about. And in this hearing, I felt like they muddied the water by bringing on Jesse Mendiola at the very end of it. It was clearly orchestrated. But Senator, let me just finish. I think that for them to say that this is about second chances, I just don't believe that prison guards who are involved in smuggling meth into the prison and who are fired for official misconduct, they just don't deserve a second chance right away, in the very least, right?
Well, I mentioned in the past, you know, I think many of us, and I received an email this morning from a Tim Santos. I don't know if it's a true email, but it's, you know, I'm starting to get threats, you know, from, I guess, some kind of relation with the port or something that's going on. But I'm now currently, you know, people are texting me, sending me emails. I don't know if they're true, but I think every family on this on Guam has been touched by some way of drugs, you know, this disease of drugs. I had a sister who we tried many times to give her second chances and tried to help her out. And I do believe in trying to rehabilitate, you know, but sometimes, I mean, we did everything we can and she fell to drugs. She passed away, like many people who've been addicted to this. But what I'm saying is, I know it has nothing to do with second chances that you mentioned with regards to that. This is about the integrity of the port. This is about a port of entry, not just the port, but the airport as well. That you don't dangle a carrot from someone who's been, you know, formerly a drug addict or involved in drugs and put him in a place where it's tempting to go back to the old way, you know. That is my greatest concern here. Jesse Mendiola is a really nice guy. I met him for the first time. He was very open. You know, I don't know how many convictions he had. He did a whole story on it. But I just think that we have to be very cautious on who we're hiring. And for Rory to put him, you know, parade him like he did at the end of that hearing was, I think it was not called for. We asked for a list of individuals. I don't feel, you know, well, maybe Jesse had no problem with it coming forward. He's done it personally, but what about the other individuals? Yeah. Now we want to get the information that we asked for that Rory did not provide to us.
Yeah.
Just to be transparent. And for him to be so argumentative during the whole process just leads me to believe that he's trying to hide something. He's trying to cover up something.
Senator
You know, and-
Joanne, let's go over to Senator Joanne. So do you agree with Senator Tello that at the end of the hearing, did we know any more about why it was called in the first place? Because I don't feel like we really got any answers, and I feel like Rory controlled the agenda. He did, and Talina didn't really back him in a corner. There was a point where Senator Talina had said that Rory had agreed over the phone to provide her with the information about criminal history of any of all the people who were hired at the port. But she didn't put it in the FOIA, which is such a rookie mistake. I mean, that I can't even get. Like, I write a ton of FOIAs, and when you write a FOIA, you got to write a FOIA. Like, it's got to be like this, where nothing's going to get through. And so what I would have...
I just think Senator Nelson set it up because she was the one who asked for this post-audit investigation. And it wasn't even for Senator Mary Torres's administration. Yeah. It was like from 2017, that's when Senator Brown was the general manager, to 2020, to the current. So that the door was open for Rory to go in and say, Senator Brown, she did this, she did that, she did that, she did this. And then if you want to know what I did, you tell me, give me some names.
Yeah. That was I mean, Senator Joanne, I tweeted something about this. It almost looks like these like maybe Senator Talina and whoever else, they're just falling all over themselves trying to like get you in a bad situation. And it's unfortunate because in trying to do that, people are getting away with stuff. So what did you make of the fact that Rory was allowed to read a Bible of everyone Joanne Brown hired, and the chair didn't interrupt him, didn't say anything, yet when he was asked to provide the same type of information about people he hired under his watch, he was just a smartass about it. And he was allowed to be.
Well, and I think the public gets to see that display and make their own determination. I mean, there is a process, as we discussed yesterday. There's a process with regards to hiring. There's an HR process, and certainly as this discussion has gone on, I've stood by that process, and if it's followed, these type of issues should be filtered out and brought forth. But it's certainly going to give me an opportunity as other members of the legislature to look at how do we strengthen it, because for example, what gets in a file, what doesn't, we don't know. We don't know what gets manipulated, what gets changed, what gets added, whether or not adequate background checks or interviews of applicants are happening. I mean, this has brought up, in the attempt to focus attention away from the hiring of this individual with official misconduct that, so recently has been in the news, to all these other issues now that are starting to bubble to the surface and come out. It doesn't play very well. And certainly, Mr. Respiccio's attempt to continue to attack my leadership. I mean, I stand by my leadership at the port. The current chairman of the board is his current boss. So all these attacks, I mean, he's very good at trying to, focus other people in other directions. Let's look at this. I can stand for what I did and what decisions I made and what information I knew and what I had. And what my actions were consistent, including drug testing with regards to drug testing employees at the port, even more so with regards to designated positions. I mean, yesterday he said part of the story of the Attorney General's opinion. He didn't go on to read the rest of it that said with regards to designated positions, and I'm happy the Attorney General clarified that they can do those tests at any time. So to try again, it's all about optics and shifting away what's going on and trying to certainly discredit my leadership of the port so that he's not held accountable. He's currently in the seat. He's currently in the seat as general manager. And while he talks about transparency, when the time comes when you're asking him questions, I mean, he's not answering them. He's trying to turn the question around and make it seem as if we're the ones that are before his hearing. I mean, he's not the senator anymore. As I am no longer the general manager of the port, and I don't have an issue with that. I don't have the responsibility of carrying the port on my shoulders. That currently is his responsibility. And as a public official, he should be more responsive. And the irony of it all is while they're thinking that they're throwing the public's attention elsewhere, all they're doing is making the light bigger and brighter over the port, because all this has done is raise bigger questions. There are issues there that were there before I came. There were issues there when I left the port. I'm never going to believe that because I was a general manager, I was able to resolve all the issues and everything is wonderful with the world. Unfortunately, there are different dynamics that are set up there. There's a different agenda. There's different politics. That's not just, the elected officials on Guam. There's politics within the organization. There's people that have been able to build their kingdoms. There's people that have been able to barter favors to get things that they want there at the port, all the way down to hiring, as we're finding out. So I have no problem accounting for my time, but I think the continued attempt to try to shift that direction, more the reason I think the light should be placed back to really find out now what's really going on at the Port Authority. And so the people know, because while we're there to support the employees, and as I've mentioned time and time again, there are a lot of good people that do their job every day, that go to work there every day. But when you see all this other stuff happening, as Senator Tello mentioned at the end, I mean, I don't know this Mr. Mendiola, and I wish him well, that he's been successful in his recovery and changing his life for the better. But to put that at the end of the hearing, because that's the most recent employee they hired. I mean, he's trying to be ahead of the story before it gets, becomes public by the media. He's going to announce that this is who I hired. This is the most recent hire. I don't know what all his convictions are for, but if it's drug related, it really sets out the wrong message at a time in our community when we should be doing everything we can from an official standpoint to minimize the opportunity of these drugs getting into our community and affecting our families out there. And that's what we should be focused in our respective positions. But I think as the more Mr. Respicio continued to conduct himself as he has, I mean, I think the more attention he's focusing right back at himself. And unfortunately, a lot of the people at the port now, I'm sure, probably are not feeling too good about all this negative publicity that they're continuing to get.
I just really pictured in my mind a totally different type of hearing, because you're right. The reason why this hearing was called was because the lieutenant governor's brother-in-law was hired down at the port, and he's got a questionable past. Very questionable. But I don't feel like any of you guys on that committee really went in and asked about him as an individual. And Rory, Uncle Rory, was able to muddy the water so much that I don't even know, is there going to be a continuation? Because he didn't provide the information to the committee. What happened at the end of the hearing? Was Senator Talina like, okay, we're good, see you next year? Are we going to even see any continuation, or what's the deal?
I think, personally that, the chairwoman, Senator Nelson, is going to, she's a person who follows up with things. That's what I appreciate about her. I've also provided her information on some of the comments that he made about being unconstitutional when it comes to drug testing. That is so untrue. He's mixing those words up, the intentions of it. So I've sent her some information after the hearing too, as well, to discuss this. And I think that because in light of the lack of information that the director provided, that she's going to follow through and have another roundtable. I mean, it's important for the public to see this. So I believe that the good senator will have a second or third round. This would be right, Senator Brown, a third round, I think. And I needs to. Yeah.
And also I want to point out, Chris, as a result of this issue, I mean, what has come to light is the fact that there has been no random drug testing that has occurred in the port for the last 2 years. I mean, a major port of entry to our community. And also the fact that, the current management team there is following the process of, during our time, we had the directive very clearly with Governor Calvo, zero tolerance. And now we're finding out, I guess you could have 20, 30, 40% tolerance of drug use because you're given and while it's allowed under the process, I had a different perspective and a different directive where you can test positive for drugs in a designated position and being able to get the opportunity to get help and then come right back. And I don't know what follow through, he never elaborated on what follow through or follow up testing that he would have to verify that individual is indeed drug free and that, they're abiding by that. That's their policy, but that was never forthcoming prior to all these issues being raised. And now all of this question has come up again at a time when our community is suffering from these terrible issues of drugs. I mean, to hear Senator Tello tell her story, it's very emotional. And many families are affected by it. And then when you have people in leadership that should be making better decisions to protect our community are not doing so, how could you not be angered and frustrated? And certainly because we are in a position as legislators. I mean, this is the reason I ran, is because I'm so disappointed by this direction and leadership, these lowering of standards and then parading them, as Senator Tello mentioned, around as if this is the standard that we should uphold, rather than supporting the law-abiding citizens in our community, the law-abiding employees at the Port Authority that have not done anything wrong other than come to work and do their job. But this is the kind of leadership standard that they're being subjected to. This is the leadership standard in our community is being subjected to. And I just don't think it's right. I think we're better than this, and we should expect better than what we're seeing now.
I think at this point it would be more newsworthy if the port hired somebody without a criminal history. Yeah.
Isn't that unfortunate?
I mean, it is, and I get what you're saying, Senator. And you know, no one is saying that you got to be a saint to work at the port, but I mean, it's just, and to me, it's so simple and basic, and we're all getting caught up in this, and that's exactly what they want to talk about, second chances. But it's really just, to me, about, you got a guy who was involved, very involved with smuggling meth into the prison while he was working as a corrections officer. He was fired. Rory in the hearing said he was let go, or he left his job at DOC. No, he was fired. And so that's why when they talk about this interview panel, I'm just curious, like, what kind of interview panel?
I'm totally with Chris, and I think that's why it's important as these issues come up. Certainly, that's why I introduced this bill, that we should not have this sort of practice in the government of Guam, that we should have a higher standard. I mean, I wish people well that have not, made the best of choices. No, nobody's perfect. It's just a question of degree. But this should not be the standard, particularly at a point of entry. And then, the other thing that's come up is the fact that, clearance from the district court, the federal court, is not a requirement. I'm certainly looking into that. I'll be more than happy to introduce legislation to make that a standard requirement, so that while not all federal, felonies happen at the district court, I mean, you can other crimes elsewhere that you're convicted of. But in this particular case, obviously, I think there's a need for it. So there's no misunderstanding when someone does apply for a position. If they've had a federal conviction, if they don't reveal it themselves, then the clearance should bring that to light, so that can be, so, the hiring authorities and everyone else involved in the review process, from HR through the panel that's doing the interviews, can be aware of it. I know Senator Mary's law was put in place a couple of legislatures ago. I mean, personally, I'm not supportive of it in my perspective, having been in management for almost half of my my life in government has been in a management position, because I think those things are critical to someone's character in making a determination. I mean, you could have the most excellent resume and everything looks good. You certainly can sound good. But if you do some research and find out that someone has been involved in not making the best of choices, particularly things that are drug related, that's a concern. It's a concern for me as a policymaker, and where we can look at policy to improve or enhance those standards. We're certainly I'm very much an advocate for that.
All right.
Senator Brown, since Rory did bring it up during that oversight hearing, he listed off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different people that you alleged to have hired that had criminal records. You said you were not aware, but did you ever become aware? And when you did become aware, if you did, what did you do?
My track record will show there's a consistency in that. Were there drug tests and at the port? Yes, there were by the hundreds of drug tests at the port during my tenure as general manager. When information was made available to me, when I became aware of it, I did take action. I do use that example of the one individual who was in a designated position that by virtue of that position, you cannot have a convicted felony on your record. That individual worked at the port for over 10 years. And the only way I found out about it was through federal sources said, oh, by the way, you need to check the background here because this individual has a convicted felony. We went back. I said, hey, I'd like to pull that folder of that employee. Let me see the folder. I looked at the folder. I mean, the individual didn't even indicate, because it does ask the question, have you ever been convicted of a felony? That individual did not indicate that that individual had been convicted of a felony. And we went through the adverse action process and, terminated that individual. So if information is available to me, certainly I would take action. But when you have an organization that big, and as we're finding out, looking back in hindsight, that trusted individuals that should be in a position of responsibility in reviewing this information that have the job, that is their job, to make sure they properly vet these applicants. And certainly if there's an issue of concern, by all means, bring it to my attention, especially when my directives are very clear. And they know it's very clear because I've taken actions that continuously and consistently, no matter who these people were, no matter what position they had, no matter who their relatives are, no matter what political party they were. I mean, they could have been the biggest Republican from whatever village. If you violated these requirements, you're gonna have to deal with the consequences. So to try and paint me up because I've raised this issue, because I've introduced this bill with regards to misconduct and making this a standard now that if you're charged with it, you don't get to serve. If you're convicted of, you don't get to serve. To come back to the people of Guam and ask the people of Guam to once again give you that opportunity when you've already been in a trusted position and you violated that position. We're all for second chances and we're all for kumbaya and working things out and wanting people to improve because it's certainly better for our community. But do you put people that are convicted of drug-related offenses back into the Port Authority of Guam that's a major port of entry? That's really the bottom line of looking at. It's probably a policy issue that this current legislature may have to deal with and maybe make that a decision as to whether or not those restrictions should or can be provided. Because you look at all this dust kicking, this is all I see is a lot of dust kicking and their little networks of people on social media that are their friends, that they're playing this game. I've went through this in the campaign. It's coming from the exact same source. They're going to continue to attack me. They're going to continue to discredit me, but that's not going to stop me from standing up and speaking out. And it's unfortunate that for other members of the legislature, like Senator Tello, who's also standing up and speaking out for her own views and her own principles of this issue as a policymaker, to have to fear attacks and harassment because we're raising these issues. And we're duly at this point elected by the people of Guam to make these decisions. And it's really unfortunate that this is the response that we're getting as policymakers looking out for the better interest of our community.
And I really think, thank you, Senator Brown, on that. And I really think that the people need to stop turning a blind eye. And they are doing it. I'm seeing people, I'm also getting texts coming my way and thanking us for speaking out and pointing this out. I think that everyone needs to do their part too. Our island cannot be plagued with this deadly disease of drugs. It's taking too many of our families away from us. Many of them are passing away from it. And it's
just mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling.
I humbly ask the public out there to please, let's beat this war on drugs. Let's win the war on drugs.
Okay. Yeah, I feel your frustration. I mean, it's unfortunate that this administration has people, goons on social media that they can tell to go attack whoever criticizes anything they do. And that's even more unfortunate that some of our highest elected leaders rub elbows with these people. I mean, I feel for you guys. Thanks for your time. I know there's some public hearing stuff going on, but keep us posted. If you ever get that list.
You again, I do have to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to be able to express and relay our position. Because as you mentioned, there's a lot of attempts right now to try to repackage our message in terms of their own agenda. And to me, if everything's on the up and up and everything's going good, Chris and Sabrina, we would not be seeing the response that we're seeing from the Port Authority of Guam. It doesn't add up and it doesn't settle well.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Tello.
Thank you very much. Take care.
And everyone create a great day.
Well, it's a little late for that.
All right.
Stay
All right.
safe.
Yeah, be safe, guys. Watch your back. I didn't mean that as a threat. I just meant it as a friendly word of advice as a friend. 9:23. Guys, we'll take a quick break. Yeah, this is I'm curious. Is there going to be a continuation? Are we ever going to see the list of and I mean, at the end of the day, what's going to happen is, Mr. Roslin is going to stay in that job. He's going to have a full career. So is Mr. Mendiola. But are we able to stop it moving forward? Well, we'll see with this bill. And I mean, I don't even know if it's out of committee yet. It's 9:23 anyway. We're going to move on. Although I could just go all day about this. We won't. We'll take a break and come back with Sergeant Paul Tapau. And guess what? Tango Theaters reopening. There's some good news for you guys. And we'll get Terry from Tango coming up here on the link. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
That girl to challenge you down the way. Said I don't place you, I'm on the
Doobie. Girl, if you only knew. It's the link, 928. Let's go into the Zoom room where, we've been asking for more info about these 18 cases that they caught in quarantine. There's also 2 additional cases from the Guard. These were soldiers returning from a deployment in Washington, D.C. for the inauguration of Biden-Harris. And so we got Janella here from Public Health, hopefully able to shed more light on these issues. Janella, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Yeah, so I don't have information about the Guards member
Right.
who tested positive, but I do have some information about the 18 individuals who tested positive while in quarantine at the QFAC. So I needed to actually clarify the information. I know that there was a story that ran in the PDN. I I did reach out to the PDN to clarify that story. So it's not 2 large families. It's actually 18 different households or 18 different families. I'm sorry, 11 different families. I apologize. 11 different families or 11 different households that those 18 positive cases were from. So I did have to seek further clarification when I reported the information. So I have reached out to PDN, and they are correcting the information that was provided. So the travelers came in all in different flights. They weren't all in the same flight, and it was between January 19th through January 26th. And they all were, they have 6 days where they are in quarantine before they're offered the test. And so they tested positive between January 28th through the 31st, or February 1st. So that's the information that I have with regards to those 18 positive cases.
What about the contact tracing?
Yes, so contact tracing is ongoing with regards to those 18 positive cases. All 18 are in isolation. Most of them are in our isolation facilities. Some were able to proceed to home isolation. I believe there were a couple of those households where it was a family of 5, and I think it was a family of 5 where there were 4 adults, and then maybe one of them was a minor, and the minor did not test positive. And in that instance, the family went to the isolation facility, and because there was no one to care for the minor went ahead to the isolation facility with the family, the adult. But yes, contact tracing is happening for all the cases, of course.
Did they come in on an international flight or domestic?
When I reviewed the cases, most of them were on a United flight, and so it appears as though these came from the mainland, from the U.S. mainland.
And how long is it going to take for this, what is it, genome sequencing?
I'm not too sure exactly how long it takes for the samples to produce results as far as what the variant strains will tell us. When we send the samples off to the CDC, because, the Guam is part of the national surveillance SARS-CoV-2 testing part of the U.S. So in terms of how long it takes for us to get the results, I'm not too sure how long that takes, because we're not the only jurisdiction that's part of that. But once we do get the results back, we do plan on sending more samples back to the CDC. And, most of our samples will come from our quarantined facility, but we also send samples from the community as well. When we take samples, we try to randomize it. It really depends on how quickly the CDC tests these samples. And once we do get the results back, of course, we'll let the community know what the results are.
So prior to the 18 that were sent, were there any other samples that were sent?
No, the 20 that we sent to the CDC, that was the first time we ever sent samples to the CDC.
Where did the other 2 come from?
No, so the 20 samples that we sent, I believe it was just sent last week. And that was the 20 that were collected throughout the year last year. And they're not, the 18 that tested positive recently, I don't believe those 18 were part of the 20 that were recently sent to the CDC.
Okay, yeah, we were under the understanding that the 18 were sent for genome sequencing testing. So.
Oh no.
Okay. So
the 20 specimens that were recently sent to the CDC did not contain any of the 18 positives that recently returned from QFAC with recent travel history.
Are they going to be sent off?
It's possible that the 18 that tested positive recently may be part of the samples that we'll send once we receive the results from the CDC. It's possible, because what we're going to do is we're going to freeze samples from the quarantine facility. So it's possible that some of the samples that we do freeze will come from these 18 recently tested positive cases.
Okay, that's pretty much all you have on that, Janelle?
Yeah, for the 18 positive cases, that's the information that I have. So it's 11 different households or 11 different families, which I had to further clarify. It's not two large families, and they came from different flights that were from that ranged between January 19th through January 26th.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Janella.
All right.
See you.
Thank you guys.
Okay.
No problem.
Well, are you coming on tomorrow? We're getting DEH tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay. Gotcha.
7:15.
Right on. Okay. Thanks, Janelle. All right. 9:35. We'll go right back into the KUAM News Zoom room. Sergeant Paul Tapal with our GPD update. Good morning, Sarge.
Off a day.
Yay,
good
all right.
morning.
Let's just jump right into it. So I wanted to ask you about citation I heard the department issued over the weekend to local bar for violating the governor's executive order. What can you tell us about that?
So our officers assigned to the 2-1 Tumuni Precinct Command received a call of a disturbance, and I think this was on January 31st at the Joy Luck Club in Tumon. Officers noted X amount of individuals within the club, which clearly exceeded the 25 gathering, or 25 individuals for social gathering based on the governor's executive order. And in doing so, the owner was actually summoned to the precinct, or a citation was issued by the officers relative to the violation of the executive order. And in line with that, we've also are in the process of forwarding reports, the incident reports of what had happened or transpired there to Department of Revenue Tax. Because again, the Guam Police Department, we are not a regulatory agency for business licenses or any types of issues that pertain to business licensing like those of alcohol sales and what have you, because as we know, the executive order clearly stipulates that restaurants are the only ones that are allowed to operate, and of course bars and taverns have been deemed closed as of now due to the executive order. So that pretty much happened on the 31st. So we were able to, issue that citation in line of the executive order, violation of the executive order.
So what was it? Was it that they were exceeding the 25 limit of social gathering, or that they were a bar that was open?
So we only took care of that exceeding of the 25 limit. That holds responsibility on the owner of the establishment, and as mentioned, and a supplemental report will be prepared and forwarded to Department of Revenue Tax due to some business issues that our officers were able to observe. So again, we are not a regulatory agency that will enforce any violation for businesses and everything in that sort of manner. So that's the matter that's going to be taken upon and reviewed by Department of Revenue Tax, whether there was a violation of ABC board, there was a violation of food and beverage. So they have to take a look into that, and again, it's part of the supplemental report.
Sarge, there was something I've been seeing on the way into work over at Revenue Tax. I don't know what's going on there, but coming to work, it's still dark, and we're seeing like a line of cars starting at Revenue Tax and going kind of all the way around the corner of Vinny's on the road. A lot of these cars are on the road.
Yes.
You guys planning on addressing these issues?
So right now we are just doing our traffic assessment and everything. They did start operation within the week. They opened up to the community, and I believe with Reverend, what do you call it, the licensing site or the driver license bureau had offered a golden hour for, I believe, veterans and seniors a certain time. But they do open to the public, the general public, around 0900 or 9 o'clock in the morning. So there's a slew of people that have been, waiting patiently to renew or obtain a Guam driver's license during the pandemic. So, they had individuals that have to make reservations. I'm due for, renewal, and I think my appointment is going to be in 2022. So, these are incidents in which, with the opening and the easing of restriction into PCOR 2, government agencies are somewhat opening, and we're starting to see the flow of traffic. We are, like I mentioned, our officers, particularly our highway patrol officers, are there. They're going to be monitoring. It's pretty much for now a first come first serve basis to get into revenue tax and be able to process. And we're seeing the majority of that is really for obtaining or renewing driver's licenses. So we have to advise the community that although you're going to be camping out and waiting for DRT to open up the parking lots and open up the establishment, you still have to adhere to the private homes or the businesses that you may impede their flow of operation or the ability to move. So we're simply kindly asking the motorists or the individuals that are going to be patronizing Department of Revenue Tax to please have some consideration for the private roadways, private driveways, and of course the business establishments that that are within the area of DRT. I'm going to reach out to Major Manny Chong, the acting police commander, and of course the commanders assigned to Highway Patrol to see if we're going to come up with some sort of traffic mitigation where, like we did the last time, where southbound traffic was the only means in. That way we can control the flow and provide a steady, consistency of safety for the commuters who are moving to and from or commuting from Dededo up to Hagåtña or vice versa from Hagåtña down to Dededo. So we are assessing, but we're asking the members of the community that are going to be visiting to DRT to understand there's going to be a delay. There's going to be some heavy traffic in the area if you have to motor through and from. Please adhere to our officers that may be directing traffic, and also adhere to the, have some consideration for the businesses and the private roadways.
Sarge, I know you also wanted to touch on this internet shopping safety zone thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We launched it I think it was last week, and I think the community again, we're providing the outlet. I know we've lifted the restriction to some restriction where we moved into PCOR 2, and we are still seeing some commerce being done in the through the internet, and again, we want to avail the precincts that do have the parking stalls that can be utilized. Again, the hours are from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Again, prohibited items, please, no contraband. Don't try to be brave and do some transaction that deals with contraband. Firearms, if you don't have a FLA license that renders you, that allows you to sell and of course exchange of firearms, then firearms exchange needs to be done at the Guam Police Department Armory Division. Anything prohibited by law, we kindly recommend that you don't conduct the business there. The precinct officers will not be there to observe the transaction, so it's really, we're just giving a peace of mind that you're in a safe area. We're not going to avail the precinct to test any items, but you do have that peace of mind knowing that should anything go south during your transaction, you do have the officers within the precinct to readily assist you in the event something should happen. But we ask the community to utilize it. We've been hearing some great comments from the community. I've seen personally some individuals actually parked in the stalls and asking them if everything's okay, and they really appreciate the opportunity to have a safe shopping zone out outside from the regular retail outlets that they can go visit. But we've seen parking lots used as transaction area. We ask the community utilize the areas. We have one in Dededo precinct. We have one here in the central precinct. and soon to erect up the southern precinct area. So, we're pretty much going to saturate the entire or the availability to the island based on the precinct's location.
Paul, I wanted to follow up on Chris's question at the very beginning when he asked you about the Joy Luck Club and the citation that was issued. Has the Guam Police Department issued any other citations? How many citations has GPD issued for businesses or people in the community that have violated the governor's executive orders?
Okay, so when the executive order was issued, and of course
Thanksgiving,
granting us the citation authority with, of course, the Department of Public Health and Social Service, I believe one was issued to a business establishment for violating, again, the max capacity of the establishment. I don't know the business. Aside from that, the Joy Luck Club was the latest incident. Other than that, our officers, we've reported that during that time we were falling into the holiday season. We had Thanksgiving, we had Christmas and New Year's, and based on the reports coming out from the precinct, it was pretty much a lot of the community members were in compliant with the executive order. And it really is, again, the numbers, the CAR scores are showing that, we're doing something right within the community, and it's a reflection on the community in itself adhering to the executive order. But I do know a business was issued a citation during the PCOR 1, when the island was in PCOR 1. But again, going back to the holidays.
Oh yeah, PCOR 1. Sorry, I'm always used to it being PCOR Fun because it sure as hell didn't seem like PCOR 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, that's about all we know of 2 business establishments, to include the Joy Luck Club.
So total 2, right? Since Thanksgiving.
Yes. When we started, when we had the authorization, both the Guam Police Department and Department of Public Health for issuing citations for violation of the executive order.
Anything new with Michael Castro? It's been a long time. He's been missing.
It's we've put our investigators back from their previous case management, and we still maintain the integrity of the case, and we're still moving forward with the missing persons investigation. We've had I believe 4 death investigations pretty much in December 8th, in Afami and Tumuning, and then we had the homicide down in the southern side of Santa Rita, and of course the shooting incident. So it really pulled the resources from our detectives to focus on these investigations. Now that we've finalized and actually move forward with the forwarding of the reports to the AG's office with the respective cases that our detectives were dealing with, a lot of the resources that were utilized or pulled from our detectives are now back. So we continue this investigation. This is still ongoing. Again, we ask the community if anybody has any information of any other case, and I know one of the cases that is frequently asked is the Uggan case in Mingilao, the shooting incident. These are active investigations that are still a part of GPD's caseload within our detective side. So if anybody has any information that can aid us, submit a tip online at the GuamCrimeStoppersWeb.com or call our investigators directly at 472-8911. Any information helps with these cases. So we do have our resources back to focus on these cases. So, it's still ongoing at this time.
I think there was a public hearing yesterday on Senator Talina Nelson's bill regarding opioids. Did GPD submit any testimony on that?
Not that I know of, ma'am. I can do some research to find out if any written testimony were provided that was provided to the public hearing. And I want to applaud Senator Nelson for taking the initiative. I know this was a serious topic that we talked about. I still get reamed for the title, Sergeant Tapao gets grilled by Sabrina.
That's Jason.
But it's good. It's good. It's good material for the community, and I thank you for that. I really do, for pressing the issue, and I continue to ask that you continue to press the issue when it comes to our battle with this other pandemic, which is addiction. And I'm focusing on addiction because it is where we are now with the community in the island, and we've said on record, Chief Ignacio had mentioned on record that through some of the cases, we were able to unveil some concerns with crystal methamphetamine now within our FSM community. So this speaks volumes. So, you know, I really do applaud the leadership coming from Senator Nelson and really taking the step forward. And the senators that you had before us coming on, or myself coming on, you know, that was a major topic, was really dealing with how do we deal as an island, as a community with that of this pandemic with crystal methamphetamine. So, you know, it's really stirring in the right direction where we want to see it going with awareness, the conversation, and the conversation needs to be asked and the conversation needs to continue about how we deal with, you know, addiction. And, you know, our non-government organizations, our nonprofits that really do take the lead, I would like to say the lead efforts in really dealing with addiction, prevention, and of course, you know, the interdiction is our end, just to really empower the community about what we're facing. I think this is the approach that we need to do, is really shake that tree and, you know, let's see what falls from the tree and let's see what we can gain from this. So please continue asking those tough questions. And I do appreciate that. And I want to thank you for that.
So I just stand corrected. There was a public hearing on the Senator Nelson's bill, but it was postponed. And so that bill, it's kind of a reintroduction of the bill for those who aren't aware of a bill she introduced last year regarding the opioid crisis on Guam. And that also is a personal issue for her, as is what happened at the port and drugs with Senator Tello Taitagui, and who poured her heart out during that show, but got trashed on our comments. So anyway,
it's serious, you know. I mean, I get, you know, I read the comments when I go on to NA, you know, I take it with a grain of salt.
Yep.
And I thank people for those comments because, you know, everybody's entitled to their opinion and those opinions do matter in bettering ourselves. And, you know, I tell everybody that puts their face out in the community, that's fighting for, you know, that's really thriving to make a difference. And, you know, hey, you know, part of the solution, really, it's really you taking the initiative and inserting yourself into where you can bring change or you can bring, you know, spark awareness. And whether you comment or not, the way I want to see it, hey, at least I sparked an awareness level in you, and I may have rattled your tree. So you know what? If you continue to, I appreciate that. I really do. You know, I mean, this betters from an individual's perspective. I personally, I applaud any comment that comes my way, and it really does better me as a person. To you know, I mean, I do have flaws. And, you know, we're not perfect, but, you know, the efforts that we're trying to do, you know, it may not be perfect in some people's eyes, but hey, it's an effort that's trying to better the whole approach of the community. So, you know, thank you for that. You know, we're going to get our criticisms, we're going to get our licks, but hey, you got to just keep driving on.
Keep on going. That's right.
Amen. Yeah, thanks, Sarge. Because, you know, I mean, I think you kind of set the example. I mean, we can ask a tough question today and you come back on tomorrow. I think that's something that some of our elected leaders need to figure out because sometimes it seems like they just take even a hard question a little too personally. So we definitely appreciate it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you for that. You know, I really do appreciate it. And, you know, I mean, it got personal for me too, hearing that conversation. So, you know where I come from with some of the names. And I do, you know, if anybody needs to find information about some particular, you know, hey, I'll be more than happy to provide a reference background for, you know, I mean, the guy is, you know, we've talked about him, you know, they talked about Jesse Mendiola, and, you know, he has done so much for the community, and, you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to get involved with that, and we'll leave it at that. I did make it, you know, public record that we are, you know, we use him on your show, you know, we prime time, we provided that outlet. He provided an avenue and stuff. So, you know, I'll continue to support that. You know, any positivity that comes from the community, hey, you know what? That's a plus in the books. That's a tool in my bag. That's a tool in the community that can utilize. And, you know, if he's going to provide advocacy for healing and recovery, you know, that's where we need to go, is the right people providing the advocacy level of understanding where they've been, because, you know, if you haven't walked in the boots, if you haven't experienced what they've experienced and moving forward, then we're never going to know, right? Until we actually explore that realm and explore that avenue. So, you know.
But it's case by case, Sarge. Like, I think a guy like Jesse is, you know, obviously a good example, but he's not the same as, let's say, someone who was in a trusted law enforcement position and abused that trust by becoming one of the bad guys. Totally night and day.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to respond on that because of the fact, you know, but I do want to let the community know that I've spoken about Jesse. I've actually utilized and I continue to work with the guy, and he has, you know, to see the trials and tribulation that he's been through in life, personally, firsthand, and seeing where he's come. I think this is something in which we need to promote and understand that through change and through sacrifice and through the ability to understand sobriety is the key. We talk about what's going on, right, with crystal methamphetamine. We need to find a mechanism where we can steer it towards sobriety. And this is where, you know, we are working as the government agency with the Guam Police Department in dealing with prevention to education and working with Westcare and Thrive, the Thrive Coalition, working with our nonprofit organization. But, you know, again, it takes an individual effort from within the community to be a voice where people can say, you know what, I know him, I can relate with him, I've been there, we've been there. So, you know, I mean, that, you know, if anybody has any, hey, you know, take your licks. I'm open for that. But, you know, if you have any solutions, any recommendations, by all means, you know, I welcome it.
All right, Paul.
Thank you, Sarge.
I say you guys stay safe. Thank you
too.
for
Right on.
everything that you guys do, and keep on keeping on.
Yes,
Hopefully we don't have to talk to you anytime soon.
unless you got good news. you know.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Tired of getting grilled. So.
Yeah. Sabrina's always got her tongs, so anytime there's a grilling that has to happen, she's ready.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Take care,
Sarge.
guys.
Yeah. It's two sides of the conversation, you know what I mean? Yeah, we know Jesse. I mean, this is a good guy, but I mean, there's also, to be fair, Senator Chris Duenas in the oversight hearing said, hey, man, yeah, good on you, but there's a lot of people who don't even get a first chance. And he's right. But, you know, no, I don't think anyone is saying that if you screw up with drugs and you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever federal convictions, that we're going to throw you away and shut the door on you. The question is, do we allow people with that kind of history or drug smuggling into the prison type of history, do we allow them at a port of entry, or do we allow them to serve as public employees in the government? That's the issue. It's not like we're locking people or throwing away the key. No, that's not it. But the water has been so muddied by this that now we're in this whole other conversation about, the second chances, have a heart. That's not what it's about. 9:57. Well, just a really quick break. We'll come back and close out the show with Terry from Tango. Good news, they're opening, and we're going to give you guys some movie passes, okay? We're going to give away some movie passes. Yes, we are, during this next interview.
I'm like, what?
Here on the link. Bree's like, I want to go to movies. It's coming up next. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
All right, welcome back to The Link, everybody. We saved one of the best interviews we've had this week for last because we want to end the show today on this wonderful and somewhat wet Wednesday with some very, very good news for those of you who are like me, big fans of the movies. I love going to the movie theater. The experience is amazing. And, you know, because of the coronavirus pandemic, the entire movie making industry has been turned upside down. Movie making, movie distribution, and movie exhibition. But things are starting to get better. And who better to tell us about what is going on? And we are going to set you guys up with a little bit of prize of your own, too, than Terry Flores from Tango Theater, who is opening on February the 5th on Friday. So, Terry, half a day and congratulations. I guess that's the first way.
Half a day and good morning, Jason, Sabrina, and of course, our favorite Chris. Not that you're not our favorites. But yeah, good morning. And thank you very much for this opportunity to touch base with you and your listeners, our loyal patrons. We're reopening Micronesia Mall Theaters on February 5, which is this Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to be showing new movies and just one rewatch of one old movie issued in 2017, which is Hidden Figures. So if you're wondering what movies we're going to show, it's Promising Young Woman, which is the highly anticipated movie and well-reviewed one, starring Carey Mulligan. The Masked Man, which stars Liam Neeson. This is an action thriller.
Very nice.
The Little Things, the Denzel Washington star. Wonder Woman 1984. I'm pretty sure a lot of families would like to watch that on the big screen. Earwig and the Witch. And there's another one that I forget right now because we've got, we're so excited to reopen our doors again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what is your staff feeling right now? Because I mean, I know it's such a fun job to have when you bring the movie viewing experience to people and everything like that, from the ushers to the people who at the ticketing counter and the people that work at the snack bar and everything like that. What is your team? What's the tempo for them right now, and how excited are they to get back to work in a safe and healthy way, of course?
Well, we saw the reopening team yesterday. We had a meeting. We had some retraining. All of them are really excited. They have been, since we closed down, we have this WhatsApp group, and they keep on asking, hey, when are we going to reopen, blah, blah, blah. We're standing by, blah, blah, blah. And when we saw them yesterday, it was, I tell you, a relief. After all these months, we finally saw each other again. To them, it is excitement coupled with anxiety, of course, because aside from giving the best customer service they could ever give, which is what they think of every day, they are anxious about keeping everybody safe, not just them, but most of all, our patrons.
So that leads me to the logical next question, Terry, is what is the movie going experience going to be for us as patrons? So when we go there, what's the seating arrangement going to be like? How do we have to, what equipment and personal protective equipment do we have to bring? And, what's the experience going to be like?
Okay, we're operating now in what we call the new normal. You've heard that phrase said several months ago, way back then.
But yes, following the new normal, Tango Theaters we have instituted safe and healthy protocols, enhanced safe and healthy protocols that were designed to keep our patrons in mind. At the same time, they comply with policies that were developed by the Center for Disease Control, the National Association of Theater Owners, our Guam Public Health, and Cinema Safe. Cinema Safe is an agreement that was inked by NATO members, the National Association of Theater Owners, and Tango Inc. is one of them. So as far as the protocols are concerned, first of all, we know that mask is mandatory from the lobby down to the auditoriums. We're going to ask our guests to please put on their mask at all times. Of course, when you're eating or drinking, you'll have to remove your mask, but you have to put the mask back on after you do that. Again, this is for safety reasons. We want to keep the movie-going experience safe. The second thing is that there will be cleaning after every screening of the movie. So if you will look at the show times, which will be up on our website within the next 2 days, there will be a delay. It wasn't like before where every hour we will be changing movies or we will be screening movies. This time around, we have a gap of 45 minutes to make sure that we clean the auditoriums for the next batch of audience. And then we are promoting cashless payment, not just at the box office, but our concessions as well. Now you can call in and pre-order your food and then just pay at the concessions when you get there.
We're fancy now.
Yeah, I mean, this helps ease the lines, both at the box office and the concessions.
Well,
So
I'm gonna
those
feel
are
like a
some of the
movie star
things
when
that
I
we're
go to the
doing.
movies. I was like, look at this! I
Yeah,
can just
we're
call in my
trying to-
order, and it's like, and I got popcorn.
Exactly. I mean, different times, different measures, and this is one way that we're adapting to the new normal, making it easier for everybody, and most of all, safer for everybody, not just our team members, but most of all, our patrons to go to the movies.
And
then
Terry, I
most
love how
important-
you were talking about, the fact that, the delays between the show times are like a little bit more extended so that your staff can properly sanitize and disinfect each theater. I was also wondering, was it a struggle for you to kind of like balance, like, should we have more show times throughout the day and into the night to kind of like make sure that enough people have enough opportunities to actually go and see the movie they want to without, because of course everybody's going to want to go to the movies. And then you have the fact that because of capacity restrictions, certain people are just going to say, oh, I wasn't able to go because, they already reached 50% or whatever like that. So do you actually see more show times coming up in the future?
Eventually, we may do so, but right now, auditoriums are at 50% capacity. At the same time, we're increasing air filtration between 50% to 100%. And this is always keeping and bearing in mind the safety and health of our patrons. You were asking, how is it like as a business to operate the theaters at that capacity? It wasn't a struggle, Jason. It was more of a conscious decision of prioritizing the health and well-being of everybody, not just our team members, but our patrons as well.
Very nice. I'm very,
So,
very
we
impressed.
hope that as we move forward, as we flatten the curve, we will be able to get more movies, we will be able to increase capacity, and just provide entertainment to our community.
Terry, can you talk a little bit about any of the challenges and maybe how you overcome? Because I know nationally theaters aren't, a lot of them aren't open. So with the distribution of movies, we've seen some of the studios kind of migrate towards online or whatever. So which movies are you guys going to show? And then what's it like out there, the climate for just like theaters getting some of these new releases?
Well, the movie distribution industry and the film industry itself really faced a lot of challenge in 2020. We had theaters closing nationwide, big chain theaters just shutting their doors and saying, okay, temporarily we're closed, and people are asking, when are you going to reopen? Of course, reopening of theaters depend on the state. If there is a high COVID incidence, then they remain shut down. But the National Association of Theater Owners have always provided guidance, have always watched the trend nationwide. Domestic wise, it was a struggle, believe me, because number one, we have a lot of movies that were ready to roll out, but they had to make a choice whether or not they will issue it or not. As you know, HBO Max came up with this scheme of premiering their movies both on their online platform and also in the theaters. I mean, that is really a novel move. There was a lot of discussion involved in that, but you know, the distributors made their choice, and that is something they're looking at. The second thing too is the blockbuster movies that were going to be shown in summer of last year when we had the lockdown. A lot of them were moved to November of 2020 with the hopes that by that time we would have already flattened the curve for COVID, but it wasn't the case in the US. And so now they have moved all these movies. For example, the latest James Bond movie was again moved to October of this year. There was a lot of discussion because, you know, where the product placements are at the movies, they have to reshoot those scenes. And then again, you have Black Widow, which was supposed to open it was the opening movie for the summer season of 2020.
Right.
Now it's still up in the air whether they will release that in Disney Plus or is going to do its theater run. The association is looking at the movement of the states, the nationwide movement of how they are going to reopen. But we're lucky here on Guam.
Yeah,
you know,
we
we
are.
have, I believe, flattened the curve. That's why it was deemed safe for us to reopen. So the movies that we're getting will be a combination of new movies and flashbacks.
Terry.
But we're going to be very picky and choosy of the flashback movies that we're going to show. It's going to be like that for the next couple of months until, again, we get a hold of this virus.
I'm pretty sure you guys have a huge catalog of, recent, maybe even not so recent, big blockbusters that people maybe want to see in a movie theater setting, right?
Oh, yes, definitely. And so, you know, the movies that we're showing for our opening salvo, it was good that we're getting the new ones. But again, moving forward, it's a matter of probably month to month anticipating what the distributors are going to give us. It's not only us who are being challenged by this. The distributors are as well, because again, shooting a film is difficult now because you can't have physical contact. There's got to be this physical distancing. So they're trying to find ways, movie distributors are trying to find ways to safely shoot a film. They have their own stockpile of movies that need to be shown. But once those are done and over with, what's next? And that is the question that is being pondered on by the association and being dealt with by the association members as well.
Terry, we're gonna go ahead and let you go, but 637-0094, guys, that's the number here on the link. We're gonna give away 2 pairs of movie passes, and we'll give you all the details. But thank you so much for these, Terry. A great way to share with our audience.
Yeah, thank you, Terry. 'Cause Sabrina is
Terry.
all about Black Widow. Chris can't wait for the James Bond movie, and I'll be the first one in line for Top Gun too.
Let me tell you guys, Wonder Woman 1984, that is definitely one that you want to experience on the big screen.
Right. Well, thank you so much to the link. Thank you so much, Jason, Sabrina, and Chris. And again, we're inviting our Guam community. Tango Theaters at Micronesia Mall is opening this February 5. First show of the day is at 12 noon. We hope to see you there.
I will see you this weekend, Terry.
Yeah. Congratulations, Terry.
Thank you so much. You have a good one.
Take care.
too.
Tell Diana I said hi.
I will do that. Thank you.
There you go. Bye. Okay, so we'll take the first 2 callers, 637-0094.
Phone started ringing off the hook as soon as you said that.
Right.
You didn't even finish saying the numbers, like 637. brrrr.
We'll give you a couple passes to go see the movies at Tango Theaters. Bree, good job today. Any takeaways you want to jam out here?
No, there's a public hearing, a couple of public hearings today dealing with the economy. One should already be underway. Then there's another one at 2 o'clock. There's also Janelle Carrera. She was on the show. She clarified information and a story that was in the media regarding the 18 positive cases from the government quarantine facility. I think it was reported that they were from 2 large families. It's actually 11 different families, 11 different households, and they arrived on Guam between January 19th through the 26th. And so they're doing all the contact tracing regarding that. And then, of course, we had the reaction and the fallout from the, if you want to call it an oversight hearing from yesterday with the
Oversight performance
from the Port Authority of Guam.
All right. So let's just take care of this now. We'll go to the phones here. 637-0094. We're giving away a couple movie passes. Welcome to the link. What's your name?
Samantha Sanchez.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Samantha Sanchez.
Samantha Sanchez. Good morning, Samantha Sanchez.
Good morning, sir.
You excited to go to the movies at Tango? I am.
Yes.
Who are you going to take with you? Maybe a little early Valentine's or what?
Well, my daughter's birthday is this weekend.
Hey, okay.
How old?
She'll be 15.
15.
Sweet. 16 or 15?
15.
Oh, 15.
1-5. Oh, okay.
So you
Happy
just tell her
birthday.
that you were able to pull some strings and Nino Chris got the movie theater open for her for her birthday.
I'll tell her that.
Okay, so just hold on and we'll get your info, okay?
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Have fun.
We'll go back to the phones here. The link, good morning. Who's this?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name, ma'am?
Julie.
Julie, guess what?
I'm a winner.
Yeah.
To the
All right,
movie.
Julie.
You go in movies. You go in movies. Congrats. We got 2 tickets to go to Tango Theaters. They're good for a few days, so just stay on hold and we'll get your info, okay?
What are you going to watch, Julie?
Huh?
What are you going to watch?
I'm going to give it to my grandkids.
Yeah.
Oh,
There you
nice.
go.
See ya, day. Nana's winning. Okay, Julie. Congrats. Hold on, Kay.
Thank you.
All right. There you go.
See, that's what it's all about.
That is
man.
what it's all about.
You know, I did want to make sure we push this out because more information will be revealed in the next coming days. But we are doing this special love connection on the link. So we are looking for anybody if you're single, and we're gonna do like a dating game live on the link. So if you're single, please DM us, message us on Facebook. Let us know if you're interested in being one of the guests. Bachelors, bachelorettes for the show.
It's going to be great. We've got a bunch of great prizes from our family of sponsors for this, and we'll be giving you more information as we get closer to it. It's Wednesday, February 3rd. Thanks for jamming with us. Good job, Joe, sir. Jason, as always, excellent work, my friend.
Fun show.
Remember, we got your back with our KUAM News Primetime broadcast. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Leaving you with a little bit of my late party, Savage K. KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. This is The Breeze, and this has been the February 3rd episode of The Link. Hasta. Adios!